Hey David, how you doing this morning? Peter Gould here.
Good, Pete. How are you?
I'm good. Did I didn't stay for the last of the hearing yesterday. Did the hearing examiner schedule us for 9 o'clock or 8:30?
9 o'clock.
Okay, cool. Then I'll go get some work done before I get on. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet, sir.
Morning, Mr. Lee. How are you?
Good morning, Judge.
We'll give it a few more minutes. We're missing some folks, but they're coming in.
I'm ready when you are.
Mr. Lee, I'm checking my sound. Am I too loud or am I okay?
No, sir, Mr. Gold. I just really love your dulcet tones.
Okay, there we're good. I love this lighting. It kind of highlights the fact that there are very little skin pigmentation in my gene pool.
Mr. Lee, this is Dal Harris. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you.
All right, one more minute. There's Miss Padilla. Miss Beatles. Miss Park. All right, it's 9 a.m. Mr. Lee, let's go on the record.
Go ahead.
We are back for day 3 of the hearing in 22-00058. This is day 3. And we are now at the City of Albuquerque's presentation of its witness, Ms. Park.
Yes, City of Albuquerque calls Dr. Blank.
Mr. Lee, if you could swear Dr. Blank in.
Dr. Blank, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Blank.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Larry Blank.
And by whom are you employed?
I am a principal of Tahoe Economics, a consulting firm registered in the state of Texas.
And are you testifying on behalf of Albuquerque today?
I am testifying on behalf of the city of Albuquerque in this proceeding as an expert witness in the context of a consultant to the city.
Do you have before you what's been marked as City of Albuquerque Exhibit 1?
I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
That is my pre-filed direct testimony in this case.
Was it prepared by you?
It was prepared by me, yes.
Are there any changes or corrections you'd like to make?
No,
Is it true and accurate?
yes,
And if the same questions were asked today, would your answers be the same?
yes.
So I move admission of City of Albuquerque Exhibit 1.
Any objections? City of Albuquerque Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Do you have before you what's been marked as City of Albuquerque Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
That is my supplemental, pre-filed supplemental testimony in response to bench requests filed March 8th, 2023.
And was that prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
Are there any changes or corrections you'd like to make?
No, ma'am.
And is it true and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
If the same questions were asked today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move admission of City of Albuquerque Exhibit 2.
Any objections? City of Albuquerque Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And hearing examiner Ryan, I pass the witness.
Mr. Welliger, will you be cross-examining for PNM?
Yes, hearing examiner, thank you.
And you've requested 70 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Blank.
Good morning.
I don't see that you have a CV attached to your direct or supplemental testimony, but you've testified before the commission, and I just want to ask you, is your testimony that you do primarily related to rate design and regulatory policy issues?
No.
No. Okay.
Let me add, I'm not clear on what you mean primary in percentage terms, or maybe you could clarify the question.
I'll just ask my next question.
Okay.
I gather that your experience, given your experience, you might have more limited distribution engineering or planning experience, or regarding the mechanics of interconnection, for example. Is that right?
I am not a distribution engineer.
Okay. And what about the mechanics of interconnection, like from an engineering perspective? Do you have much experience with that?
I'm not an engineer.
Okay, thank you. All right. I want to discuss your opt-in proposal for AMI, if we can.
Yes.
And you recommend that for the first 5 years that customers would opt in to AMI. Is that right?
That is my initial recommendation. I offered an alternative within my supplemental.
And do you think that if under the opt-in proposal, do you agree that the entire communications network, the mesh network, including the neighborhood area network, would have to be deployed even under an opt-in approach?
Yes, that is my understanding, and is also consistent with my understanding of PNM's proposal.
Okay. And what about the meter data management system? Under an opt-in proposal, would the meter data management still have to be installed and deployed for those customers who opt in?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And also the customer energy platform, under an opt-in approach, would that need to be installed for those customers who opt into AMI?
Yes, consistent with the timeline that PNM has proposed.
Okay. And on page 9 of your direct testimony, you state that one of the benefits of a phase-in approach is to mitigate rate impacts to customers. Is that right?
Just a moment, counsel, while I get there. Yes, that is one of 5 benefits that I list on that page.
Okay. But under an opt-in approach, we would still need to install the communications network, the entire communications network, the meter data management system, and the customer energy management platform, as you just answered. Well, I already asked that question, so I'll move on. I'm just going to move on. I want you to go to pages 11 to 12 of your supplemental testimony, if you don't mind.
I am on page 11.
And that's the table where you represent the bill impacts for your proposed allocation methodology. Is that right?
Yes.
And first, I want to ask you that bill impact uses the proposed non-fuel base rate revenue from PNM's filed case in 22-00270 UT. Is that right?
That's correct, based on existing rates that were approved by the commission in the 2016 case. Yes. Those are based on existing rates, yes.
And it also uses the annual billing units from the 22-00270 UT case. Is that right?
That's correct for the number of customers, which is the billing determinant utilized in this table. Those billing units came from the case you mentioned, correct?
Okay. You pose a question at the bottom of page 11 that goes on to page 12 that in your supplemental testimony in the same place, that you ask yourself whether this table requires some adjustments. And your answer is, it may require an adjustment to remove cost recovery responsibilities from customers with service in excess of 110 kV pursuant to New Mexico statute 62813D. Is that right?
That's what I state. That's correct.
Okay. And do you know what that subsection of the statute concerns?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
What the statutory section that you cite, what is that section about?
I'm just pulling up this statute. So this section of the statute specifies that projects that only benefit customers on the distribution system shall not be recovered from customers at level 110,000 volts or higher.
So essentially that statutory section means that for transmission level customers, they should not pay for grid modernization projects that benefit customers of the distribution system. Is that right?
That's what it states, yes.
And does your testimony include a proposal of how the commission might address that those transmission level customers are not paying for distribution projects that don't benefit them and in accordance with the statute?
And so my testimony was that it may require such adjustments. But we need to recognize that the base rates that were established in the last general rate case already removed distribution level facilities in the cost of service analysis that was filed within that case. Okay, so within the cost of service benchmark that's established for each rate class, it does not include distribution level costs. So in rendering its decision on the base revenue requirements for each rate class, the commission already took into consideration the fact that distribution level costs do not benefit transmission level customers. And so I'm not certain that an adjustment is required. And what I stated, I'm sorry, and what I stated in my testimony was that it may require adjustment. I didn't want to leave that issue. I wanted to be transparent on that issue.
Are you aware of which rate classes have customers who have service? Which retail rate classes have customers that take service at 110 kV level or above? Do you know?
I have not itemized that. I could provide an educated guess, but I'd rather not guess.
In the commission's 2016 rate case, the revenue requirement from that case, based on the stipulation, it was a pro rata increase from the 2015 rate case. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And so in that revenue allocation or that revenue distribution, the commission would have allocated costs to customers, retail customers who take service under 110 kV. Isn't that right?
Not necessarily. Mathematically, you cannot connect to the conclusion you're stating. And let me explain further why. There are large production costs, for example, within your revenue within P&M's revenue requirement. And so a pro rata increase going from the 2015 case to the 2016 case, you cannot state which of the various functions of costs have been possibly picked up by transmission level customers.
The conclusion is the reason you called this to the commission's attention is because you did not do an analysis to determine if your allocation methodology actually allocates cost to transmission level customers that it shouldn't in accordance with the statute. Is that right?
No, the reason I included this is I don't believe a legal interpretation has been provided on this section, and I'm not qualified to give a legal interpretation of this section. I read the words, I can give a plain, the plain meaning of the words, but I wanted to call it to the commission's attention as a consideration that other parties perhaps might want to weigh in on.
Okay. Let me ask you, let's move on. Let's go to your allocation methodology for this case is based on revenue. Is that correct?
It's based on base rate revenue.
I'm sorry. It's based on
base rate revenue, which is derived from the rates approved by the commission.
And Dr. Blank, you're familiar with the NARUC cost allocation manual, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me if there are any revenue allocators that are in that NARUC cost allocation manual?
I don't recall. There's possibly there is.
Okay.
Revenue allocators can be used as part of functionalization. It depends on the utility company. So.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you, Dr. Blank.
Nothing further, Mr. Welger?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Let me stop our clock. We go to Ms. Beatles. You requested 5 minutes. Sorry, is Ms. Beatles free?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no questions.
You have none. Okay, thank you. Mr. Albright, you requested 7 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have just a few questions.
Sure.
Good morning, Dr. Blank. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm well. Thank you.
Good. I'm with J. Albright Law LLC representing Bernalillo County. Just have a few questions, particularly with regard to your supplemental testimony. Page 3 of your supplemental testimony. You state that the demand for AMI first would be more costly, ignores the time value of money to customers. But there's no explanation of that's given there. Would you explain what you mean by that and how you determine that that's going to be the case?
Certainly. So any cost recovery that might be deferred to a future period is billing to customers that also would be deferred. The value of $1 today to anybody is worth more than $1 in the future. Okay. So related to that basic concept in economics or finance, there is a time, what we call a time value of money. And so that's not recognized in the rebuttal that I have seen, raising the claim that AMI would be more expensive, or grid modernization in general would be more expensive if it was deployed, say, using an opt-in approach, as I have suggested.
And Dr. Blank, I have a question with regard to that opt-in. PNM has indicated, and I believe you have it in your testimony, they'll be purchasing over 500,000 meters to serve their customers. What's the likelihood, though, of people actually opting into the service? And it's a compound question, but wouldn't that detract from the overall effectiveness of the program with an opt-in program?
From the customer's perspective, I disagree. Actually, I see benefits in allowing those customers who desire or demand AMI more, having access to AMI quicker, relative to the rollout plan that PNM has proposed. I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, so let me
rephrase it a little bit. If you have an opt-in, isn't it more likely that you're going to have a large, even for those customers that opt in, they're going to be spread out over a greater geographic area, which is going to decrease the efficiency of the whole idea of having the system benefits of identifying faults and where you have outage location and all of those things?
I don't think so. The AMI would enhance a very localized fault. Okay. But PNM, if it doesn't do so already, certainly part of grid modernization needs to be improvement on their communication capability with their feeder routes, and that can be done at a higher level in the distribution system. And so I'm not, one premise in your question is that AMI is the solution to improve monitoring of PNM's distribution system, and I'm not convinced that premise is correct.
Okay, let me ask, I think this may be the final question or final couple of questions, but how do you reconcile an opt-in decision with trying to provide AMI technology to the low income people on a priority basis?
So I have stated in at least one discovery response, I think came from PNM, and I could try to pull it up, but I'm not going to try. One feature of AMI that's been put forth by PNM for low income customers would be the program, a future program for prepaid. Okay. So as part of opt-in, I've also suggested that the commission approve an opt-in charge. So a one-time fee for those customers who request AMI. That opt-in fee could be used as a credit within a prepaid program. So I put forth the idea of a $50 charge. That $50 charge, if it came from a low income household, then could be converted into a credit if that low income or any household chooses to participate in some future prepaid program. As to my knowledge, PNM has yet to propose such a program, but that would be one way to couple my phase-in approach with low income. Secondly, I don't think the phase-in is necessarily in conflict with PNM's and the statute's desire for low-income benefits, low-income household benefits. A low-income program could proceed in the sense of trying to identify low-income households and targeting those low-income households with, say, AMI. That could proceed along with an opt-in approach. I don't see where my recommendation for opt-in changes any plans for targeting low-income households.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, that concludes my questions. Dr. Blank, thank you very much for your response to the questions and your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris, the Water Utility Authority requested 20 minutes.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Blank.
Good morning.
I don't believe we've met. My name is Dal Harris. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. My first question on your direct testimony, could you please turn to page 3?
Okay, I'm on page 3.
Starting with lines 12 to 13, you're summarizing, there's a statement that you're summarizing your recommendations to the commission. And on line 14, there's your first recommendation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, the proposed programs and infrastructure that you're referencing, are those the same as the programs you discuss on lines 4 through 11 of your testimony on page 3?
Okay, so the first reference was page 3.
Right.
Lines, my first recommendation,
That's
correct? And then it sounded like, go ahead.
Excuse me for talking over you. The line 14 starts with the proposed AMI programs and related infrastructure should be approved. And my question is, when you reference the AMI program and related infrastructure, you're talking about the programs that are listed on lines 4 through 11 on page 3.
Well, that recommendation is specific to AMI. And therefore, the second sentence where I say the largest proposed investment is a mandatory AMI. So it's limited to AMI.
And related infrastructure, that's included within the AMI investment?
Yes, the support infrastructure to enable AMI, consistent with my responses to PNM's cross earlier, would be required as well. Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's turn to page 4.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay, on lines 1 and 2, your second recommendation is that the net book value of all legacy meters should be placed in a regulatory asset now and amortized. Correct?
That's correct, which I think is somewhat different from other recommendations we've heard on this subject.
How, when and how would PNM start recovering this reg asset?
Yes, they would. What's not stated here, and what I've contemplated is PNM would make a recommendation in some rate case. And so let me further explain. My recommendation is the order from this case would order that all of the book value of the legacy assets be moved into a regulatory asset now. On PNM's books, they would retire. That's from an accounting point of view. They would retire from their plant accounts, associated accumulated depreciation accounts. They would, and depreciation expense, they would remove those items. And then all of that, this is from an accounting point of view, not a rate making point of view. So all of that would be moved into this regulatory asset, and the amortization of that asset would begin immediately. The PNM then would have the burden to make a proposal in a rate case for rate making purposes.
And that's where I was going with this. Also, would the initial asset recovery include meters that are still in service?
So the asset recovery and the return on these legacy meters are already in base rates. And so that recovery is ongoing today. I suspect it will continue at the conclusion of the pending rate case, unless something changes in the pending rate case. So the recovery of the costs associated with legacy meters is already in rates. So when I say amortize, again, I'm speaking from an accounting treatment. The amortization would begin immediately on this regulatory asset, not the cost recovery of that amortization expense.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Continuing on page 4, going to lines 8 through 11. You make some recommendations about postponing future consideration of some programs. Can you explain why each of these recommendations on those lines are made? 8 through 11, that is.
Yes, so specifically, so the record's clear, I'm recommending that the commission need not make a decision today without any form of prejudice, okay, on ADMS or the distribution planning and engineering capital expenditures, mostly based on the timeline as I understood it, which is 3-4 years out. That program or those projects could be taken up in a subsequent proceeding before the commission. And at that time, PNM may have more information for the commission in terms of technology changes, other changes that perhaps have occurred that would better inform the commission as it renders a decision on those particular projects. My intent is not to postpone the planned projects themselves. It's only to postpone the approval of these projects.
Okay. Turning to page 5, lines 1 through 3 is your 8th recommendation regarding the grid modernization rider revenue requirement. Are the allocation ratios that you reference here the same as those that are proposed by PNM?
No.
And what are the differences?
My recommendation, based on the evidence in this case, is to utilize base rate revenue, which is based upon the approved rates from the commission. PNM has proposed to utilize allocators from the 2016 case, and they utilize specific allocators from the 2016 case and apply those to projected costs within their grid modernization rider.
Thank you. Turning to, okay, still on page 6, line 78. Excuse me, on page 6, I'm getting mixed up here.
Page 5.
I'm on page 6 now, excuse me.
Okay. I'm on page 6.
Okay, lines 1 to 3. You're talking about the quantification of benefits. And you state that basically that PNM hasn't quantified these benefits. What's your basis for that?
I have not
Hearing
seen.
examiner.
Yes.
I'm gonna object based on friendly cross. I've tried to feel, Mr. Harris has been going on for a while and feel out what the basis of his questions are, but it seems to me he's just providing Mr. Blank or Dr. Blank, I'm sorry, a chance to restate his positions, which seems to be friendly cross.
Mr. Harris?
Well, friendly cross is, as you noted before, Mr. Ryan, is the delay of time. This is this cross is not delaying. It's for my edification to try to understand what exactly the doctor is proposing. I want clarification, and because at the end of the day, the Water Authority is going to have to write a brief making some recommendations and regarding these programs, and we would like to fully understand what Dr. Blake is proposing.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask the question.
So PNM has provided statements on purported benefits from their grid modernization plan. They, and I don't necessarily disagree with the theoretical benefits that PNM has put forth. Things like, better enabling New Mexico or PNM's territory to move toward a carbon-free, that's been highlighted as a potential benefit. But what I've not seen is an attempt to quantify any benefits.
Okay, thank you. Also on page 6, line to 7 to 8, you state that most customers are not likely to directly benefit. Why do you say that?
Yes, unless there's a financial incentive for the customer to utilize the functionality of the upgrade that would come with AMI, then they're not likely to directly benefit from the advanced metering capabilities. Only those customers who would be motivated by financial interests or other interests, I guess, would actually directly benefit.
Turning to your supplemental testimony, page 4.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
On lines 11 to 23, continuing on to page 5, you're discussing core activities of a electric utility.
I'm sorry, discussing,
Say again.
you're discussing what of an electric utility?
Core activities.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
I do mention core planning groups, for example, distribution planning. So I'll say in general, yes, but core activities go beyond the projects specified in PNM's grid modernization plan.
Well, don't core activities of a utility include metering services, maintaining reliable service to customers, communicating with customers? Would you agree that those are also core activities of a utility?
Yes.
Okay. And traditionally, when a utility collects costs for these activities, it's my understanding that this is normally done in a rate case, a base rate case. Was that correct?
Yes, and that's the point I'm making here. It's difficult to disentangle the normal expenses that would be under consideration within a general rate case from the expenditures associated with these activities related to grid modernization.
And my follow-up question is, why should the commission allow recovery of costs related to core activities in a rider rather than a traditional rate case?
And that's the struggle again. It goes to this issue of single issue rate making. Within a general rate case, we're able to look at, the total expense levels. When you add an expense for some particular activity, it may actually decrease the expense from the past. And the only way to fully consider all expenses of the utility is within a general rate case. And so we have to be a little careful in designing riders that include expenses that might result in some over recovery.
Well, that sets up my last question is, would, in your opinion, be better for the commission to try to approve recovery of the costs involved in the grid modernization in the context of a base rate case rather than, in this case, allowing recovery through a rider?
Well, I think we have statutory language which PNM hasn't relied on, which impacts my view and my response to the question you just answered, or I'm sorry, you just asked. Okay. Normally, my preference would be that these types of costs be considered within the context of a general rate case. But it's my understanding we have this statutory language that does allow for consideration of a rider. And so we have to at least consider some deviation from that standard principle.
Well, and my follow-up question is, I agree with you. It doesn't make any difference whether I agree or not, but the statute does allow the commission to allow recovery through either a rider or a base rate case. But based upon what you're saying, it seems to me that you lean towards recovery of these costs in a base rate case. Is that true?
Actually, I support the approval of a rider, but I would emphasize the importance of bringing any costs that are being recovered within a rider need to be periodically brought into a general rate case, and so that cost recovery through a rider needs to be short-term, relatively short-term. We need to view this rider as an interim cost recovery mechanism, and there needs to be rate cases to bring these large investments into a general rate case consideration. And so one of my recommendations is, while this rider is in effect, I feel that the commission should order PNM to file periodic rate cases. And that helps to mitigate the concern I stated earlier regarding possible over recovery, because then all these costs get brought into a rate case and everything becomes reconciled across the entire company.
Okay, thanks. My final question is, would you be opposed to the commission ordering recovery of these costs in a base rate case?
No, as long as I'm not opposed to that. I think that would be preferred. But again, I'm not an attorney. There seems to be some level of understanding that a rider should be given due consideration by this commission. All right, but yes, from a rate making expert point of view, my preference would be to handle it within a general rate case.
Okay, that was my last question. I appreciate your answers, Dr. Blank.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould,
Green.
thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Gould, you've requested 30 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Dr. Blank. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, thank you.
This is going much, the cross-examination trial is going much quicker than anybody expected. So I'm sure that's a relief. I just wanted to focus in on the some of the questions that you responded to regarding page 11 of your supplemental. Are you there?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm at page 11.
What I want to focus on is this chart in the middle of the page where you show the monthly bill impacts.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. The third column to the right, which is the non-fuel rate revenue, base rate revenue, that you stated was based upon current revenues.
Yes, it's those numbers, I have a footnote here. Those numbers were pulled from Schedule O-1
Okay.
in the pending rate case.
It's not a big difference, but there is an exhibit that's attached to the end of Ms. Crane's testimony that includes two tables from the pending rate case that are in Stella Chan's testimony, and the totals are slightly different. And I wondered if you knew why. Your total revenue is $722,783,997. The table from Stella Chan, SC1, which is Ms. Crane's ACC1S, is 727,214,365. Do you have any understanding of why those numbers are different?
No.
Okay. I guess we'll just have to go consult your the sources and reconcile that. But the base rate allocators are based upon those numbers. In other words, if you take the 359 million and you divide it into the 722.7 million, that's where you get the 49.74% allocator.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of, if we go to line 16, the column that is city allocation of year 6 GMR revenue, the 49,281,359. Where does that number come from?
Okay, that is the sum total of the year 6 revenue requirements under P&M's proposed GMR.
So this does not, there's no deduction for the ADMS project or the distribution planning and engineering project.
No, there is not. It's based upon P&M's proposal.
Okay. And the if we go over line 15, the last column, there's a 15-cent monthly charge to the street lighting rate. I'm assuming that's just a rounding error.
The 15 cents?
Yeah, you would propose no charges at all to the street lighting class. Have you changed your recommendation in that regard?
No, the number you're referring to, which is found on line number 15 of my table, the last column, that last column is P&M's
Oh, P and M,
Pro-
excuse me. Okay,
Yeah, let me, just so the record's clear,
Sure.
PNM's proposed allocation method.
okay. And going back to the third column, the non-fuel base rate revenue, that is from the 2016 rate case, which built upon the rates that were approved in the 2015 rate case. Is that your understanding?
And you're referring to the non-fuel based rate revenue column?
Yes, sir.
They are based upon the rates that are, the base rates that are in effect today, which came from the commission's approval in the 2016 rate case. But the numbers, I pulled those numbers from the pending rate case.
Okay.
But still, they're based on present base rates, which were approved in the 2016 case.
And if you know, do you know if those allocations for the 15 rate classes that are shown there, were they based upon any banding of those rates?
Well, it's my understanding, and we've heard some testimony in this case, that the banding was applied in the 2015 case. And then the 2016 case, there was a settlement or stipulation which increased rates proportionately across the rate classes. And so the banding that to which you refer in your question would have occurred in the 2015 case and then effectively flowed through to the 2016 case.
And if you know, do you know whether whether the commission approved banded rates in the 2015 rate case?
It's my understanding that they did.
Okay. So with just this would be my final question. With your revenue of the city allocation of that 49,281,359, which is PNM's proposal, would that change if the commission adopted your recommendation to remove the ADMS and the distribution planning and engineering projects?
Yes, it would change with the removal of those projects, because that would reduce the overall revenue requirement. It would also change if the commission were to adopt an opt-in approach to AMI for a number of years, because that, at least in those earlier years, would reduce the revenue requirement. And I also need to emphasize once again that this is based on the year 6 revenue requirement as proposed by PNM. It does not capture years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because remember, there's a buildup in PNM's investments and costs. So this is the all-in representation here.
And you've not tried to do a recalculation based upon whether let's assume for the sake of the question, if the commission adopted both your proposals, which are a phasing in, which would obviously by some number reduce the number of meters purchased and reduce that cost, and also your second recommendation to remove these two projects from their approvals in this case. You've not done a recalculation of the rate effect of that, have you?
No, I have not provided that.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Blank. Nice to see you again. And those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker, you sent an email to me that I'm reading now. It says, I have one question for Dr. Blank regarding one of his responses. Can I have 5 minutes with Dr. Blank? I see no problem with that. I will give you the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It's actually a short series of questions, but it should take no more than 5 minutes. So Dr. Blank, as I was listening to your session with PNM this morning, you clarified that you are not an engineering consultant, correct?
Correct.
And while you were preparing your testimony, you were led to believe from PNM's plan that AMI is a technically foundational step to grid mod, correct?
They have made that claim.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I was led to believe, but that's my understanding of claims that PNM has made.
And that's what you based your testimony and recommendations on?
No, I would.
Objection. Can you just clarify the question, please? Oh, I'm sorry.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's fine. Clarify the question. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Yes. What I'm getting at is with no obvious alternatives as far as you were aware when you're preparing your testimony, would you have made different recommendations if you had known that AMI may not be a foundational technology?
I'm gonna object. This just calls for speculation.
Okay.
Overruled. Well, and now he can answer the question. I mean, I understand the question, and if he says it's unclear, he can answer as he sees fit. Go ahead,
So
Mr. Blank, Dr. Blank.
Yes, hearing examiner. Your question puts forth a premise that I accept that foundation put forth by PNM, and I don't necessarily accept that foundation. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit to answer your question. Perhaps you might want to.
All right. So let me ask you, did you watch any of my cross-examination of PNM witnesses during the hearing?
I know I saw some of it.
Okay.
Maybe most of it. I missed. I missed. I was traveling yesterday afternoon, so I missed some cross-examination.
No problem. Did you hear that there may be alternatives, such as the use of repeaters, to establish a functional mesh network without or in areas where AMI is not in place?
No, it would not, but it would not surprise me that there are alternatives.
Great. So my last question is, if you had been aware that there are alternatives to establish a mesh required for other portions of the plan, would you have made different recommendations in your testimony?
I would have to see the alternatives to answer the question. It's a possibility.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Dr. Blank, for giving me a few minutes.
Thank you.
Hearing examiner Ryan, I have a question. Would it be possible to take a quick break?
Yes, I can do that. That's fine. Actually, I was hoping to do the same. I'm a tea drinker, and this is necessary. So
Thank you. 5 minutes?
that's fine. Thank you. Mr. Gedko, are you there? Seems not. Just wanted to see if his witnesses will be ready to testify earlier than scheduled.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes, by the way. It seemed like there was a fair amount of time available.
Exactly. That was fine. Mr. Lee, I just have a few questions for the Attorney General before we go back on the record. I just want to see if his witnesses are prepared to start earlier this morning than we really scheduled.
All right.
So we'll see. We'll see what Mr. Gedko says.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, is there potential in your mind that we might need to have Mr. Andrews, the NM area witness, ready to go today? Or do you think we can safely say that he can prepare for tomorrow?
I mean, the way I scheduled this out is it's Mr. Andrews or Mr. Harriger. I can't remember.
It is Mr. Andrews. Harriger is the Water Authority witness.
Yeah, no, we would have him tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
I mean, my preference, and we can talk about this. I was just actually seeing if Mr. Gedko is available to chat real quick and with everybody here. You know, in my schedule, I have here Mr. Blank or Dr. Blank, Miss Crane, and Miss Lane today, and to get through all of those, and then we have two options. We can, first of all, are they going to be prepared to testify earlier today? That's for Mr. Gedko, and then secondly, do we want to forge onward, or do we want to just stop after Lane?
Okay. And then I might have very few or no questions for Ms. Crane, depending on what the other cross-examination comes up with. I think I've satisfied myself with looking at some of the other testimony. I think I know what her positions are. So, so I think I'll have much less than the time I've allocated, 30 minutes. I don't know if that
Okay.
helps you in your decision making.
I think at the end of the day, is if people
Okay.
want a break, we've had a lot of long days. We can have a short day.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with a short day.
No, not at all. Yeah,
far as
since
I'm
I thought we
concerned.
were going to have to do Monday. But anyway, at the rate we were going at the beginning of the week. Thank you.
Mr. Borman, you look like you want to say something.
No, I was just gonna let everybody know that we met in the hallway earlier today, and I indicated that a short day would be 10 minutes to 5 from my perspective, so I'd be
Okay.
even happy with that.
All right, so we're not on the record. We're just having a conversation. Mr. Terwelliger, did you want to say something?
Yeah, PNM is actually prepared to waive cross on it. We were going to let you know that we're going to waive cross on a number of folks, and I think we have far less cross. I know I have less cross than the 70 minutes reserved for Miss Lane. I believe that Miss Padilla has less cross for Miss Crane than she intended than we reserved. So perhaps we could have a short day and get through all the witnesses even. But if we want to go back on the record, I can tell you who we're going to.
Okay, well, let me just ask this question first before we do that. Mr. Gedko, is Miss Crane and Miss Lane available? I mean, obviously, this is all happening faster today than anticipated. So are they free if we finish up with Dr. Blank right after?
Yeah, I've already communicated. Miss Crane has told me I'm ready, and Miss Lane has done the same, that she will be ready. So we have immediate readiness and pending readiness.
Okay, good. So let's take the temperature of this question when we get to, and then so let's see, after Lane, we would have Wilkinson. That would be Dr. Bruno's witness. Where is Mr. Bruno? He's here. I see him, but he's muted. Mr. Bruno, are you there? Okay, then after that, we have Teague and Chris from Walmart. Mr. Bartel, are you present?
I am present.
Great. If those witnesses can go today, are they available?
I will find out. I will
Okay.
inquire.
Because that would probably be what we can do is just get through all these witnesses today and then just have staff for tomorrow. Does that make sense to people?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Mr. Albright, and that would certainly work for me.
All right, so let's do this. We'll go back on the record now. Mr. Welliger, you were indicating one time we were off record that P&M's wishes to indicate its intention to waive cross on certain witnesses.
Yes, Hearing Examiner. We're going to waive cross on Mr. Harriger, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Wilkinson, Mr. Tupler, and Mr. LaSalle.
Mr. Borman, are your witnesses ready for today?
I don't know that they are, but I can.
Can you send an email?
I will do that.
We'll just see, because this might go very fast, actually. So we'll just roll with it.
Okay, I will communicate with them. I think they're watching on the YouTube, so they may be listening to this discussion.
Good. Okay, so we'll proceed now. Dr. Blank just finished questions with Mr. Gould, and that was all of the intervener questions, so that it would be my turn to have question with Dr. Blank. So Dr. Blank, one of the questions I'd like asked is something that I was discussing with Mr. Kenny yesterday. And Mr. Kenny from CCAE says, New Mexico is very behind in terms of implementation of anything grid mod oriented. And Ms. Sanchez from P&M, in fact, supplied maps in her testimony. I believe it's in her supplemental, showing that, in addition to New Mexico being a desert state physically, that we also happen to be a desert state in terms of grid mod. And as I looked at those maps, I couldn't help wondering to myself, how did this happen? And Mr. Kenny's perspective was, what P&M's proposing here is neither novel nor untested. And in fact, these are technologies that have been implemented in other states and with some success. And one of the documents Mr. Kenny provided the commission, which I found very useful and have referenced several times in this proceeding, is CCAE WRA Exhibit 5, entitled Leveraging Advanced Metering Infrastructure to Save Energy. And that tells us, and this is at page 1, that AMI has expanded to more than half of all meters in the United States and is projected to reach 90 million units, or close to 60% of all meters by 2020. And then on page 6 of that, the information is repeated. And the authors of this indicate that eventually, virtually all customer metering is likely to be advanced, although this will take a decade or more given past penetration rates. So the question I'll ask you, and I'm going to ask the same question to Ms. Lane and Ms. Crane, why on earth should we put the brakes on this?
Good question, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't view my recommendations. Let's focus on AMI. I don't feel that I'm trying to put the brakes on it. Actually, my recommendation would enable those customers who desire AMI capabilities to obtain those capabilities sooner, and would be able to place their request with P&M, get themselves first in the queue so that they may be served quicker. As I've testified, all of the supporting infrastructure would move forward as proposed by P&M. The only thing that I have suggested is a phase-in, a period of time. And in my supplemental testimony to you, I indicated perhaps this could be achieved in 2 years, maybe 3 years. Originally, I suggested 5 years. but some period of time so that those customers, including some of the accounts for the city of Albuquerque, could get first in the queue to obtain this technology quicker and don't have to wait for this rollout. And I think it also would play well into customer service and the interaction between PNM and those customers who desire these capabilities. Rather than being one of over 500,000 seeking information from PNM as to how to use this technology, how to interface the technology with the on-site customer capabilities, those customers who desire it most would get it first. And so I don't see this as a lengthy delay to AMI for all customers. It's more of getting those customers who will utilize this technology, have, through an expression, an opt-in expression, to get that opportunity first.
And is that partly premised on the concept of, let's not increase rates for customers at levels that, so I was also, another thing I'll also say, Mr. Kenny, before I ask you the question I'm going to ask you is, oftentimes people forget, if you're a working professional, like all of us assembled here, you see something like $1.16 in year one and $5 in year 6, and you say, well, who really cares? But in New Mexico, of course, we have a very unique demographic here with a lot of socioeconomic challenges. And so as I think about this, I assume that when you tell a person that you're going to look at a $5 additional bill in 6 years, that means something to them. That's not nothing. So what is part of your answer in the sort of more phased in approach you're recommending predicated upon, being very careful about imposing additional costs on ratepayers?
Yes, in part, and in fact, I listed that as one of the potential benefits of a phased-in approach would be to, postpone, I guess, the cost impact on customers. When I testify in New Mexico, I've also done some work in Louisiana. Those states, our state of New Mexico, we rank, depending on which statistics you look at, we're ranking near the 50 mark in per capita or per household income. We are one of the lowest income states in this nation. And so I think that should weigh in the consideration on this issue, as well as any rates issues that come before the PRC. I wouldn't say that is 100% driving me, because as I indicated, the city of Albuquerque does have an interest in AMI, not on all of our accounts, but on many of our accounts. We would like to obtain this technology and hopefully be able to integrate it with our on-site load management. It's just not all of our accounts do we see the need for this upgrade. Let me pause there. I'm not sure if I fully.
No, you have.
Addressed.
You have. So the next question I'm going to ask you is, in the rate case, PNM is proposing a pilot time of use, and there was discussion yesterday that was a bit cloudy about what exactly is it. I don't want to engender further confusion, so I'll just simply say there is a pilot program for time of use rates in the rate case, and we've had some litigation in that case already about whether that proposal was sufficient to allow the application to even continue. There was a motion to dismiss. So my question to you is, should the commission consider in this case, in light of your interest in seeing a more phased in approach directed only at those most interested in the technology, is a is a proportional pilot rollout of AMI a better outcome in your view?
I would suggest that the phase-in approach that I have recommended is a form of a pilot program. It may have some advantages in that it's a pilot program in which customers have taken that step to request the technology and are more likely to actually utilize the technology. Would there be some advantages to, say, a pilot program where we only target particular portions of the distribution system, particular neighborhoods, particular meter routes? Certainly, that type of program, perhaps that might, if those meter routes are selected wisely, I guess, those would bring benefits as well. But I think the phase-in approach is, you could view it as a form of pilot program as well.
So, but I just understand what we were talking about earlier. I mean, is it your position and the city's position, though, that the end goal here is to fully onboard advanced metering infrastructure and grid modernization in the state? I mean, that is, our legislature has crafted that statute and directed P&M to do this, or at least it gave it permission to do it. I mean, is the city and is it the city and your position that you share that goal to have that technology, the technologies we're talking about here, implemented throughout the state ultimately?
Yes. Now, of course, just to be clear, I'm testifying as an expert witness, so I cannot testify on city, what the city thinks. Okay, but I would agree that the end goal, the way I view this, the end goal remains the same. That we are going to achieve grid modernization. I'm hoping beyond what P&M has included in its application. That's why I have also recommended that this be more of an ongoing process. We need to have the commission and interested parties engaged in this discussion on an ongoing basis, with not just annual reports and updates to the rider amounts. It needs to be beyond that, where there is a relationship, if you will, when it comes to distribution planning, when it comes to transmission planning, when it comes to AMI. I think that this needs to be an ongoing effort, but the end goal remains the same. We want to achieve a grid which is modernized, utilizing the best technology within reasonable cost. And getting to that point, I really feel like it requires subsequent applications, ongoing discussions, similar to what I've not been part of the integrated resource planning within New Mexico, but in those states where I have been more involved in integrated resource planning, Nevada in particular, when I was on staff with the commission, this was an ongoing process. This was not, the company makes an application, they filed their 5-year plan, the commission approves it, and then we go away and we don't talk in the interim until there's another 5-year plan. It was an ongoing effort because things change, customer characteristics change, customer load changes, technology changes, and that's a big factor here. Technology will be changing over the next six to 12 years. And we want to be certain that those technologies are given due consideration as we try to reach that end goal.
Mr. Harris, and you were having a conversation about your proposal for the legacy meters. Is it my understanding that your proposal ultimately, the aim there embedded in it, and however we get there, there's a variety of ways to do this perhaps, is to avoid a situation where PNM is receiving a return on both sets of meters? Is that a core concern of your proposal?
I've been less concerned about that. I've been less concerned that PNM would be recovering costs, including return on the AMI meters at the same time they are recovering costs on the legacy meters. My focus has been to give a recommendation on the creation of a regulatory asset, which I have recommended should be immediate, move all of this plant, the net book value, into a regulatory asset, and then start the amortization now, which does recognize that PNM is currently recovering, has cost recovery built into the base rates. And then at a future point within a rate case, PNM is free to render a proposal on cost recovery related to that regulatory asset. So again, I've been a little less concerned, and I've heard some of that discussion this week that PNM would be recovering costs, including return on AMI meters that have been installed, while at the same time earning a full cost recovery on legacy meters. I've been a little less concerned about that.
And your less concern is that you don't think that's problematic, or can you expand upon that?
I understand one solid argument I think I've heard in my own mind, I've thought about, is used and useful, right? The principle of used and useful. Once at the point that the legacy meter is taken out of service, it's no longer providing a benefit to customers. And at that point, yes, it is appropriate to consider, or reconsider traditional rate making approaches for a meter that has been removed from service. But what I'm talking about is a regulatory asset that includes legacy meters that are currently in service. And the company would only be recovering on AMI meters that are also in service. So I don't see I don't know, it's not really a double recovery, but that's, the vein of this discussion, that, PNM is not double recovering if it's only recovering cost on AMI meters that have actually been installed.
In your direct testimony, you had asked that PNM give a clear statement on whether or not real-time connectivity was going to be available through the technologies that we're going to implement here. And you asked that they provide a clear statement on that. Have you received that at this point?
I don't think so. I've heard some of the testimony on that same question it depends on how the witnesses are answering the question. So connectivity from the PNM, from the utility side, I think I've heard a clear statement that PNM will be able to monitor even real time if necessary. They could monitor these AMI meters. But that's from the utility side of the meter, right? What I was referring to in my testimony was on the customer side. Will the customer, for their own in-house benefits, will the customer be able to interface with that AMI meter? And I've heard mixed, and I may be wrong, but I've heard mixed testimony on that. I think the discovery requests on this subject have been mixed, and it sounds like there's some uncertainty that remains as to the customer's capability of fully accessing real-time data from that AMI meter for in-house applications. I could go on the type of in-house application. Some of the discussion I've heard this week, testimony, has been focused on residential customers. I'm also focused on commercial level customers and what commercial customers, what their interest might be in being able to fully, interface real time with that AMI meter in their own in-house load management strategies.
At page 13 of your direct testimony, there was some sentences I was asking you to discuss with me. And this is so direct testimony, page 13, line 7 through 11. And you write there, energy management is also an important driving factor in grid modernization. Therefore, energy usage also causes the need for these projects. Therefore, I recommend that the commission mandate the use of base rate revenue allocation ratios based on the most recent rate case decision. And you and Mr. Gould discussed this a little bit, and I guess what I'm going to ask you to do is, can you just give I remember I asked our former division director, Ashley Shanauer, one time about class cost of service studies, and I think he used the word arcane. So can you just at a very non-technical way describe your recommendation there and why it's the appropriate one?
Certainly. And my reference here to energy usage, I think, has been misinterpreted by, I think, some of the parties. Perhaps it's been clarified in my supplemental testimony. So let's just start with what my recommendation is. My recommendation, based on the evidence in this case, is that for the purposes of this rider, at least when it's first implemented, that the allocation of the revenue requirement be done based on base rate revenue, which are the base rates approved by the commission. That recommendation recognizes that we're talking about upgrades within the grid, including the AMI meters themselves. This is an upgrade above and beyond the base level metering needs of many customers. And therefore, and we've heard from PNM all the statements on why we're doing this. Why are we doing this? We've heard movement toward a carbon-free grid. We've heard to help the implementation of distributed energy resources by customers. Those are really policy-driven motivations. These are grid-wide objectives. The benefits that have been stated are initially motivated by the legislature, right? And then, so these are policy initiatives, and they are not necessarily driven by the customers themselves. However, these benefits that have been stated are system-wide benefits, which would also include efficiencies that work their way all the way up the utility system, from the distribution level to the transmission level to the generation level. And so I don't know that we can identify one particular cause of these costs at this time. I think in future rate cases, this issue, this question about cost allocation should be revisited within rate cases where we have more current data. It can be fully analyzed within the context of a current cost of service study, and alternative allocation methods could be addressed. One example of an alternative allocation method would be the weighted customer or the weighted meter approach, basing that on 2016 data in which there were no AMI costs. Those data are old and they're not relevant to this question as to how AMI costs should be allocated to customers. We don't have AMI costs built into the development of that weighted meter customer approach. So as an alternative within the context of a rate case, we could try to pull in those AMI meter costs, reset the weighted meter approach, but at the same time, some consideration should be given to what portion of those AMI costs satisfy the base needs of the customers, and what portion of that AMI capability is really satisfying the needs of the system as a whole, including PNM's desire to be able to more easily monitor their distribution system and their grid in general. And so, you know, one approach in a rate case might be that similar to, you may have heard of the minimum customer approach that's sometimes used within distribution allocation. Perhaps there's a base meter cost that should be allocated based on number of customers in each class, and then an increment above that that should be allocated using some other methodology. We've utilized that for years in distribution cost allocation considerations, and perhaps something similar to that, but I can't do that given the evidence that's in this particular case. We might be able to do that within a general rate case where we have all the data that's filed by the utility company, and then through discovery, we can augment that existing data and make such proposals.
So I wanted to welcome Commissioner Aguilera. He joined us. How are you doing, Commissioner?
Hi, thank you for the introduction. I'm just listening and very interested what you all have to say. So thank you.
If you'd like to ask any questions, Commissioner Aguilera, we can do that now, or I can continue questioning Dr. Blank.
I don't have any questions at the moment. Thank you.
Very good. So Dr. Blank, let me just get back to where you just stopped. You know, I asked several questions of PNM. Maybe you've read them or not. I don't know, but I basically asked, look, are we going to eventually in 22-270 have this fight about the allocators, and then as they will trickle down to these to the grid mod stuff? I mean, my understanding was yes, that's to come. Did you see that testimony, and is that your understanding?
I think I missed the first part of your question, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I asked PNM and bench requests, are we going to update the allocators in the 22-270, and would those apply here? And my understanding was PNM said yes, unless I've just massively misunderstood what the response to the question suggested.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, and I think I included in my supplemental testimony some statement on this as well. Yes, I feel strongly that the current pending rate case would be a place for the commission to consider an update to allocators that would apply to AMI, possibly other grid mod projects. You know, things like software that, you know, these questions are complicated, and so I would support consideration by the commission within the pending general rate case, and a decision out of that rate case I would support would impact the allocators that are used for the grid modernization rider.
And then just final question on this point. So I understood everything you said earlier, and I appreciate the explanation. And I just wanted you to then answer this final question, which is, how does the base rate revenue allocation method and I think I've spoken correctly there, achieve the best outcome right now?
Yeah, so we're working from a limited record in this case. And so when I approach this question to think about the various methods that could be used for the purposes of this rider, I did not feel comfortable with utilizing the 2015, 2016 allocators as proposed by PNM. I was limited in not having data in the record in this case to work from, which would be more current data. I gave consideration to possibly the use of an energy allocation approach, or energy allocator, which is sometimes used for certain types of riders. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the base rate revenue allocation approach may be the most just and reasonable at this time, given the data that's in this record. Again, subject to change with a commission decision from a general rate case. Yes.
And sorry, and I just want a clarification with the base rate revenue allocation. I mean, I'm just trying to understand what that methodology really does. And it sounds like, this goes back to what you and Mr. Gould were talking about. You'll really just, so much of the revenue requirement is assigned to, say, the residential class, and then you just use that to divide in the total revenue requirement pool to figure out how much money you end up with for each particular class. I mean, is that the basic idea?
Mathematically, you're right on. Yes, that's correct mathematically. And some of the logic in using that over, say, an energy allocator would be that it captures all of the costs that the commission deemed appropriate to be recovered from that rate class. So it's a system cost, right? Now we have to recognize it includes everything: meter costs, distribution costs, transmission costs, generation capacity costs. It does not include fuel and purchase power. So it does not include the majority of the so-called energy related costs, but it does capture the physical system, the costs associated with the physical system end to end of PNM. And if we believe that grid modernization is serving a public purpose and a system-wide benefits purpose, then this allocation approach seems to be the most reasonable to me. So again, subject to additional information, additional data, and reconsideration of this issue within the context of a rate case.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I understood all of that. Good. Mr. Settlage yesterday, I asked him to show, I asked him for some charts or some, I don't forget what he submitted it, and it was basically his supplemental testimony at pages 15 and 16. And he pointed out to me, he said, under Dr. Blank's proposal, there's just an enormous increase or burden that's imposed upon, for instance, a large service. And it's like a 2,000% increase over, the period of the program. So can you respond to that? Like, why is that not an issue?
I think you need to, and I have not presented this, we would need to put that bill impact in perspective of the overall revenue requirement or overall bill of those particular rate classes. So percentage wise, I haven't done that calculation, but percentage wise, to assess the question you're asking me, how large of a bill impact is this? It would be helpful to know in percentage terms, I guess, how how much does that increase the bill of a typical customer within those classes? But yeah, certainly the monthly and annual impacts on those customers are appear to the absolute dollar value appears to be substantial, which is indicative of the substantial request that PNM has put forth in this case. This is a very substantial rate increase by the year 6. This is as I stated in my direct testimony, the impact on residential as proposed by PNM, the impact on residential and small general service is almost equivalent to the pending rate case that's also before the PRC. And so this allocation approach that I've recommended, which would be based on base revenue costs as approved by the commission in the previous rate case, that approach is going to bring home a recognition that those customers are going to share in this large request from PNM. So part of this can be mitigated through serious consideration as to how we work these grid modernization costs into rates and the overall requested amount.
Spread the pain, in other words. Are you and Ms. Crane for the New Mexico Attorney General on basically the same page in terms of how the grid mod rider ultimately gets incorporated into rates? I mean, are you guys effectively arguing the same thing?
I believe so. I strongly believe this rider should be viewed as an interim rider. These costs with every subsequent rate case going forward, these costs, the balance of these costs need to be brought into the revenue requirement proposed by PNM in a rate case. And we don't want a rider like the fuel and purchase power costs. It's okay to have those costs 100% within a rider, not these costs. These are capital expenditures. These are not pass-through energy costs. These are not pass-through costs. These are rate-based items, and they need to be brought into the rate base within a rate case, and all the associated expenses need to be brought into a rate case to fully reconcile what is necessary for the test period of PNM. And I think on that, I'm consistent with Ms. Crane, I believe, but I can't testify for her, of course.
And what is the underlying value or purpose that's achieved by doing that? I mean, does it give customers a clearer sense of costs? Is that what's going on, or is it something more fundamental even than that?
When you add costs in one area, it can reduce costs in other areas. All right, so just keeping my answer simple. So PNM's making these capital investments. They are taking on expenses that they claim to be associated with grid modernization. As we add these things, if we only recover them in a rider, we're not fully accounting for some potential offsetting costs that are built into the base rates. And the only way to do that is within a rate case, so we get a complete picture of the costs that are necessary for the delivery of service.
Okay, I think I understand that too.
And if I may add this, sure. What we're struggling with here is what is commonly known as piecemeal rate making or single issue rate making. I give some deference to PNM, as I stated in earlier testimony to PNM, because I do feel like the legislature made an indication that a rider should be given due consideration by the commission. Okay, so you did not see any testimony from me as I normally would provide against utilities that are proposing capital expenditure riders. You would have seen several pages of testimony on the subject of single issue rate making, piecemeal rate making, and why that is a bad thing. That's what we're discussing here now. But I've given deference to the concept of a rider because of the statutory language.
Yeah, and this is interesting because it's a thought I had. I mean, I presided over the last gas company, or I co-presided anyway with hearing examiner Hurst on the last gas company rate case. And, you know, there in the gas context, we have the integrity management programs where they're effectively having to dig up all this old pipe that has, you know, none of the protections of modern technology. And they have requested several times in the gas company rate cases these integrity management riders effectively to get immediate recovery. And it struck me that in many ways, what the legislature did with this was to give the utilities immediate recovery. They authorized what the gas company has not been provided. And does that make any sense to you? And do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I have worked on those cases I know in Arkansas where the gas utilities did not have such legislative backing. But I think one difference there in gas is oftentimes gas companies will put forth safety considerations, right? So you have an extraordinary element with gas. Not that there aren't, of course, there are safety considerations for electric utilities as well, but the replacement of legacy or old pipe that has proven to be potentially dangerous tends to be weighted in those discussions.
Yeah, and then the company's arguments for why immediate recovery is necessary is because there's no offsetting capital that comes in. They just have to make these investments for, as you just described, safety reasons, but they don't have any rate increase of any kind. And then they basically get locked into filing endless rate cases, and that's not in the customer's interest because there's significant costs associated with them.
That's correct. There's part of it is the level of capital expenditure and the timeline of capital expenditure. But even in those cases, I would recommend to the commission that they have a rate case in the near future. If that requires the commission ordering the filing of a rate case to bring those costs into rate base so everything is fully reconciled company-wide.
Which brings us back to your point about how that applies here, is I understand is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's all my questions for Dr. Blank. Thank you very much, sir. That was very productive. Mr. Welliger, would you care to have any redirect? Or let me start this. Commissioner Aguilera, any questions for Dr. Blank?
No, not right now. Thank you for the information. Appreciate it.
Mr. Welliger.
Yeah, as much as I would love recross of Dr. Blank, I think it's redirect is Ms. Parks.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, we don't want Mr. Welliger.
You know, I got locked into the pattern. It was always go back to Mr. Welliger for redirect. So that's my mental slip there. Yes. So Ms. Park, redirect.
Yes, I just have a couple questions. Dr. Blank, earlier when Mr. Gold was asking you questions, do you remember when he said that phasing in would reduce meter purchases under the city's approach? Do you remember that statement from Mr. Gold?
Yes.
And is the city's recommendation, does it necessarily require that PNM reduce meter purchases?
Well, I think it would be prudent for PNM to rethink the quantity of purchase they commit to and the timing of that purchase. So it may not change the long-term quantity of meters that need to be purchased, but in terms of prudent purchasing of meters, they they would want to delay the purchase of the full quantity that they anticipate. So at least in the early years, under my proposal, the phase-in approach, I think that, PNM would not want to go out and purchase all. I would not want to see PNM go out and purchase all of this, because that would lock in a particular technology that potentially might change in the next few years.
And then earlier, the hearing examiner asked you if your position and the city's position is, I believe this is the way it was stated, aligned with full implementation of AMI and grid modernization in New Mexico. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it the city of Albuquerque's recommendation to approve recommendation of most of the projects that PNM has recommended or asked for in its application?
Yes, my testimony is supportive of actually all of what PNM has recommended. What I've done is I've made recommendations that modify the timing of certain approvals and somewhat modified implementation, but only implementation of the meters themselves.
No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Blank.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Blank, that would be all for your participation today. Thank you very much for appearing.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Gedko.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
if I could interrupt for one moment. I don't know, I was not able to get on the Zoom earlier, so Ms. Terwilliger may have said this, but we were going to go ahead and give a heads up on some folks that we will not need to
She did.
examine after all. She did. Okay,
She
excellent.
did. Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Gedko is, I see Andrea Crane is waiting in the waiting room. Let me get my stuff.
Judge, can we take a 5-minute break?
Sorry, I was just getting Ms. Crane's testimony. Is Ms. Crane with us?
Mr. Lee, I don't think the hearing examiner heard you.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Lee, go ahead. I apologize. I was just grabbing the testimony.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely. Let's do that. Ms. Crane can get settled. Thank you very much. We'll come back in 5.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, I don't mean to forge ahead. Thank you for chiming in and suggesting a break.
You bet, sir.
All right, well, I see Mr. Gedko and I see the commissioners back and I see Ms. Padilla is prepared and Ms. Crane is there. So why don't we just go ahead and get started and then we'll, everyone will filter in. So Mr. Gedko, please go ahead and call your first witness.
Yes, good morning. The Office of the Attorney General would like to call Miss Andrea Crane.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear Ms. Crane in.
Ms. Crane, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Miss Crane, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Andrea C. Crane. My last name is C-R-A-N-E.
And who do you work for and what are your duties?
I'm president of the Columbia Group, a consulting firm. And in this case, I was engaged by the New Mexico Office of Attorney General.
Okay. Do you have OAG exhibit number 1, the direct testimony of Andrea Crane, in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I prepared it.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
Yes, there are 2 corrections to OAG exhibit number 1. First of all, on page 5 at line 12, the date October 1 should be October 3.
Thank you.
And then on page 37 at line 18, the word ratepayers should be changed to shareholders. And I believe the change on page 37 was the subject of an errata, although that change apparently did not make it into the Dropbox version of my testimony. And they're the only 2 changes to OAG exhibit number 1.
Okay. Given those corrections, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
I would, although I should point out that in my supplemental testimony, I have proposed an alternative allocation methodology to the allocation methodology that was contained in my direct testimony. So I would say that I would not change any specific questions or answers in OAG exhibit number 1. However, the hearing examiner should recognize that certain recommendations have been modified as a result of the supplemental testimony that was filed.
And with that understanding as to the supplemental testimony that you filed, would the answers contained in your direct testimony be true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I request that OAG exhibit number 1, the direct testimony of Andrea Crane, be admitted into the record, but before you answer, I would like to ask how you would like me to distribute the corrected version of that testimony, whether I think we've been doing it by email and I could do that over the lunch hour.
Yeah, I believe that would be the easiest way. And I think you're only changing basically 1 word, just so I understand correctly.
We're changing 1 date from March 1st to March 3rd, which reflects and then we are also changing the 1 word.
I see. So you both those change. I understood Miss Crane to be saying she was only one of those two things didn't make it in, but if neither of them made it, that's fine. And yes, email the document to the service list and Mr. Lee. And if you need Mr. Lee's email address, I can provide that to you. So communicate with me first in the event you need it.
Okay, thank you. Would you like?
So
to
you're,
admit-
yeah. So let's. Are there any objections to the admission of the Office of Attorney General's Exhibit 1? Hearing none, we'll admit OAG 1.
Okay. Now, Ms. Crane, do you have OAG Exhibit number 3, the supplemental testimony of Andrea Crane in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your supplemental testimony in this case?
Yes, yes, it is.
And did you prepare it?
I did prepare it.
And are there any changes or corrections you would like to make to your supplemental testimony at this time?
Yes, there's one change, and that's on page 2 at line 9. And the date March 23rd should be October 3rd.
Okay. With an understanding of that correction being included, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
They are.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will also email the service list and Mr. Lee the corrected supplemental testimony with the single change of that one date. And with that understanding, I request that OAG Exhibit number 3, the supplemental testimony of Andrea Crane, be admitted into the record.
Any objections? Hearing none, OAG 3 is also admitted.
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Crane for cross-examination.
We will have Ms. Padilla, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm
And
prepared.
35 minutes.
Okay. Thank you
ahead.
very much. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
My name is Leslie Padilla. I'm with Public Service Company of New Mexico. Probably won't use the entire 35 minutes. But my first question is just a general question about how long you have been providing expert testimony on behalf of the Attorney General here in New Mexico.
I would say at least 20 years. I've been testifying over 30 years, and I can't quite recall when I first began working for the Attorney General.
So 20 years, that would encompass the time in which the state legislature in New Mexico passed the Renewable Energy Act. That was in 2004. Are you familiar with the Renewable Energy Act?
In general terms, I am, yes.
Were you in the past actually an expert witness in Renewable Energy Act cases regarding the 3 investor-owned utilities in New Mexico?
It's my recollection that I have been involved in some of those cases. I don't know if I've been involved in cases with all 3 of the New Mexico electric utilities, but I do recall being involved in at least some of those renewable cases.
And also the Efficient Use of Energy Act, that was passed in 2005. Have you been, did you do any work for the Attorney General's office related to Efficient Use of Energy Act cases?
I just can't recall. I've worked on so many New Mexico cases. I do have cases that I've worked on where I've submitted testimony over the last 5 years attached to my testimony in this case, and I'd be happy to provide you with a full list of all the cases in which I have filed testimony. Frankly, I don't even keep a track of cases unless I do actually file testimony. So in addition to testimony, I've been involved in cases where there was no testimony for whatever reason, and I would not even have a record of those cases.
But are you aware that the state legislature back in the early 2000s, when you were involved in working in New Mexico, passed a significant piece of legislation requiring investor-owned utilities to achieve certain energy efficiency savings goals?
I am.
Okay. Sounds like you are aware of the long history in New Mexico of the legislature establishing key policy goals for both for the electric industry and the Public Regulation Commission, right?
I am aware that there has been quite a bit of legislation. It's also my understanding that oftentimes they worked closely with the utilities in crafting that legislation. So I just want to clarify, it's my understanding that most of those bills were heavily impacted by comments from the utilities.
Were you involved in the legislative development surrounding the Efficient Use of Energy Act?
I'm going to object at this point as to the degree to which the question has gone into legislative history, which is totally unrelated to the direct testimony that Andrea Crane filed in this matter. If this wants to proceed to some questioning.
Actually, it is not unrelated. Ms. Crane questions the statute and questions some of the provisions in that statute and whether it's definitely an issue in this case of what the legislature has done pursuant with its passage of the Grid Modernization Act.
And when you say, Ms. Padilla, that she's questioned, can you just be more specific? What is there? Can you point me to her testimony that where you're going?
Yes, on page.
This is direct.
Excuse me, I'll find it might take one moment.
But you're in the direct testimony?
Yeah, I believe it's in the direct where she questions, oh, yes, it's on page 10 to 12 of her direct and on page 25, where she questions or comments at least on the statute's presumption of reasonableness.
Okay, so I'll overrule the objection, allow it, but I think Ms. Padilla, of course, I think Mr. Gedko's point about, Ms. Crane is not here to present legal argumentation about the significance of the acts is a legitimate one. So stay within the confines of what I think you're trying to do.
Well, let's move. Actually, let me just ask quickly. Your expertise in this case, how would you describe your expertise in electric utility rulemaking regulatory proceedings such as this one?
You're asking about just with regard to rulemaking? I'm not quite sure I understand your question, or utility regulation in general.
Regulatory proceedings. I misspoke.
Okay. I would say that a large portion of my work is in the revenue requirement aspects of utility rate making. First of all, I would say that I'm not an engineer, so most of my assignments focus on financial or policy issues with regard to rate making. I have testified very often as a revenue requirement witness. As the utility industry has evolved, however, I have filed testimony very often in what I would call more policy issue cases. I've filed testimony on things like weather normalization standards, the use of regulatory assets, renewable energy riders. This is the third testimony I have filed in New Mexico on grid modernization. I have filed testimony on the use of riders, especially infrastructure investment riders, in a variety of industries, including the water industry and the gas industry and the electric industry elsewhere. So I think as the issues have changed, my testimonies have changed as well with regard to the types of issues that I have addressed in those testimonies.
But in this case, your testimony is not about the underlying functionality of PNM's proposed grid modernization plan, correct?
That's correct. We have another witness who addresses more the underlying functionality of the proposal.
Okay. So let me get back to the statute briefly. You have clearly reviewed the New Mexico's grid modernization statute as indicated in your direct testimony on pages 10 through 12 and on page 25, where, as we just discussed with the hearing examiner, you discussed the statute's presumption of reasonableness, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at, were you aware that the legislation that included the Grid Modernization Act that you discussed was a broader bill in New Mexico?
No, I don't think I am aware of that.
So if I told you that it also included directions to the state energy minerals and natural resources department to develop a grid modernization roadmap for the state, you wouldn't be aware of that?
Well, now that you have refreshed my memory, I have a vague recollection of that. It's not something that I was involved in, or that I have been involved in on behalf of the Attorney General. But I do think I recall hearing that there was additional legislation. Not sure, procedurally how those two pieces of legislation were linked, but I do seem to recall there was additional legislation.
So when you prepared your testimony, am I maybe understanding correctly that you did not consult the state's grid modernization roadmap?
I did not.
Okay. And were you unaware then that there were 11 different white papers prepared as the state's energy, minerals, and natural resources department prepared the roadmap?
I was aware of the general process that was involved, and I believe the Attorney General participated in that process. I did not participate in that process, nor did I review any of those papers. I relied exclusively on the record in this case with regard to PNM's testimony and its proposal, as well as the grid modernization statute.
Okay. Did you look at the final report prepared by GridWorks based on the series of webinars that the commission asked GridWorks to conduct last summer?
I am aware of that report. I certainly did not review it in any great detail. I may have glanced at it very briefly, but I'm not really familiar with the details of what would be contained therein.
Okay. So I'm switching topics a bit here. You're aware that PNM's proposed opt-out fees, and these are the fees that a customer would pay if they do not want to have an AMI meter installed at their premises, that PNM's proposed opt-out fees are based on estimates of the actual costs to continue to serve those customers who choose to opt out of having an AMI meter, correct?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. And did you hear the testimony of Eric Morgan, of PNM witness Eric Morgan? I think it was Tuesday and yesterday, earlier in the hearing, when he was asked about the specific components of those actual costs?
I heard some of his testimony. I don't know that I heard all of his cross-examination, but I do recall some questions on that from, I think, Mr. Getgo.
But you do understand that the actual costs include things like truck, I think he calls them truck rolls, getting trucks to customers' premises, the actual cost of physical meter reading, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, and I didn't take any exception in my testimony to any of those cost estimates. We didn't challenge those cost estimates.
If customers who are choosing to opt out don't pay the actual costs of serving them, the costs will be borne by other customers, correct?
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Or shareholders.
Yeah.
They're the only two sources here.
Yeah. And if customers have to cover the costs of the opting out customers, that could include low income customers covering those other costs, correct?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Under your recommendation, the opt-out fee that you propose would either be $6.72, and that's from the EPE stipulation, or $10.67. That's the proposed new customer charge in PNM's pending base rate case.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So, and PNM's cost-based estimated opt-out fee, and I might not get to this quickly enough. I will, because we should discuss it. is 28. Oops. I am not going to find it quickly enough. Actually, I will.
And Ms. Padilla, you're just trying to restate what the actual proposed monthly opt-out fee for PNM is?
Yes, and
Okay.
I've
28
lost
and
my,
change is, I think, correct.
okay, is this the right, 28, is
I believe so. I think it's, I want to say 2816, but I might just be making that up.
it is 2831.
Okay, 31.
Okay, 2831, let me give it back to my Zoom. So your recommendation, let's say we use your lower recommendation, which is EPE's stipulated opt-out fee versus PNM's actual estimated cost-based rate. If a relatively affluent customer of PNM in maybe Santa Fe or Taos, for example, who may not even live in the state year-round, opts out of AMI, other customers will have to pay a significant portion, perhaps even more than, I think maybe even more than 2/3 of the cost would actually be paid by all the other customers who choose to take advantage of AMI, correct?
Yes, would you like to know why I made that recommendation?
No, I'm sure the hearing examiner may ask you about that, but no, I wanted to ask again about your direct testimony where you talk about the commission's current rulemaking inquiry. Are you familiar with the filings that have been submitted in that docket?
I have reviewed and provided some comments on the Attorney General's submission.
Okay.
I have not reviewed the submissions of other parties in that docket.
Okay. Oh, so you did, the Attorney General submitted comments on January 17th, 2023, correct?
I will accept that date.
Okay. And you said you did contribute or at least reviewed those comments?
Yes.
Okay. You state that PNM appears to be circumventing the commission's rulemaking inquiry. That's on page 6 of your supplemental. Do you know when that rulemaking inquiry started?
It's interesting you should ask that because I think we had some questions from Ms. Sanchez about the timeline involved in that. I believe the inquiry, well, it started very close to this time that PNM filed its testimony. I can't remember whether it was slightly before or slightly after, is my recollection. And initially, it was focused only on funding mechanisms. So it had a very limited scope. And then there was perhaps it was a second bench request. I'm not sure exactly what the document was entitled, but there was a broadening of that docket into a larger scope that would examine procedural issues with regard to grid modernization, the process for reviewing grid modernization plans, timelines, that sort of thing. So it was very much broadened into a docket to look at other issues than funding mechanisms.
So if I told you that the second bench request order, that's the one that the Attorney General responded to, was issued in October 2022, would you disagree?
No, I actually do have it here in front of me. I have the second bench request here, which was the document that broadened that inquiry.
Okay. And that was actually, that second bench request was issued after PNM filed its current plan, correct?
Correct.
And that was 6-7 months after the commission issued its order requiring PNM to file a grid modernization plan that included AMI, correct?
Yes, you were required to include AMI. You were not required to include all the other components that you have included in this plan, but AMI was required.
Okay. And you're aware that the commission has not yet issued a notice of proposed rulemaking on anything related to grid modernization yet, right?
I am.
Okay. Are you, I'm just trying to address this question that you think we're trying to circumvent a commission rule. Are you familiar with the average time that recent, commission rulemakings have taken, from the issuance of the notice of proposed rulemaking to a final rule?
I know some have taken a very long time. Sometimes they've never been concluded.
It's been my life the last couple of years. So wanted to ask again about opt-out. If you could take a look at on Attorney General Exhibit 1, your direct.
Yes.
Actually, let me just ask a general question first. You provided testimony in the pending SPS case on advanced metering infrastructure, correct?
Yes.
And in that case, SPS proposed a one-time fee prior to installation of $206.98. Does that ring a bell?
It does. It was quite high.
And then after installation, as with PNM's proposal, an opt-out fee after AMI has been installed at a customer's residence would be even higher. SPS's estimated one-time fee after installation was $255.60, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember that SPS's opt-out fee was based on approximately 0.5% of customers opting out?
Oh, that sounds about right.
Okay. And do you know what PNM's opt-out is lower, almost by half. It's a 0.3% opt-out rate, correct?
Correct. That sounds about right.
Okay, now I actually do want to look at your direct, sorry, page 40?
Yes.
Okay. Page 40 on line 14, you state that, let me get to it also. This is where you're discussing that you believe that the PNM's estimated opt-out rates are too high. And that you note that on line 14, California has a monthly meter reading charge for opt-out customers of $10. Do you see that?
I do.
Oregon and Nevada, that's on line 16, have approved monthly charges of $9. And South Carolina is $11.75. You see that?
I do.
Do you recall what the source of that information is?
Yes, it is a document that was prepared by the National Conference of State Legislatures.
Okay. I actually have
I
that.
think it's smart meter opt-out policies. And the printout I have, though, you had to actually click on each state, I think, to get the information. So I don't have that printed out. I just have kind of the summary from the website, but that was my source.
Okay. I actually prepared that as a PNM Exhibit 39. So if you could look at that, I could pull it up if that would make it easier for folks. I don't really have any questions about it. I just wanted to confirm that that was the source of your information.
Well, that was the source of my information. The one that I have is dated 8/20, 2019 by Daniel Shea and Kate Bell. I don't know if that's what you're showing or not.
It is.
Okay.
It's the same exhibit. PNM Exhibit 39 is entitled Smart Meter Opt-out Policies, updated August 20th, 2019. Okay.
It appears to be the same. Unfortunately, I don't have your Exhibit 39 printed out, but it appears to be the same.
Okay. Mr. Gadeco, can you see that? Because I do want to move for admittance of PNM Exhibit 39.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and based on the dates that have been reviewed and what Ms. Crane was able to confirm as the dates that she referenced, I wouldn't see a problem with it. My
Okay.
question would simply be, I'm trying to do a quick review of it. Ms. Crane's testimony referenced several states. And
Yes.
I think there's a question here as to whether your exhibit that I would want to answer has those states expounded in detail. Did you expound all the states that were listed in Ms. Crane's testimony?
I will tell you that it does. You might want to check, and it's difficult because they're not in alphabetical order. So that's
Yeah,
why
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, I'm looking at it now too, and it does have, we're looking at California, Texas, and Oregon, and Nevada. Those are all referenced here.
Okay, then I think it would be just fine. Thank you.
So, Ms. Padilla, would you like to move for the admission of this exhibit?
Yes.
Are there any objections to the admission of PNM Exhibit 39? PNM Exhibit 39 is admitted.
You know, I did have one question about this. Since this is from 2019, in the very first paragraph of the document, the National Conference of State Legislatures notes at the bottom of paragraph 1 on the first page, they say, so far utilities have installed more than 70 million smart meters covering over 50% of US households. By 2020, that number could reach 90 million. I think there's been some evidence or testimony in this case that the current number of AMI installations in the house is something actually close to 120 million. Does that sound familiar, Ms. Crane?
It doesn't sound familiar to me. I don't recall hearing that in this case.
Okay, no problem.
And Commissioner Ellison's joining us as well, so welcome him. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Let me just check. I think that's all I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Let me just find one. That's all I had. Thank you so much, Ms. Crane.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellison or Commissioner Aguilera, would you like to ask any questions of Ms. Crane?
I do not have any questions.
Commissioner Ellison.
Are these the last questions before?
No, I'm asking if you'd like to go now, if you'd like to sit and listen for a while, you're free to do that, whatever your pleasure.
Okay, maybe I'll ask just a few questions.
Sure.
Ms. Crane, under the current proposal, would you agree that PNM would receive guaranteed returns for this program of investment and that the customer would take all the risk of whether benefits materialize?
Yes, I would.
What incentive is there, in your view, for PNM to realize the benefits that they tout? In other words, under this proposal, is there any incentive for PNM to actually realize these supposed benefits?
Well, the answer to that is no. But first of all, I'm not even sure that we know what those benefits are. There's been a lot of discussion about benefits, but what I keep hearing is that there are a lot of areas that are not quantified. Reliability, for example, is not quantified. The impact on air pollution is not quantified. Certainly with regard to cost savings, that is not quantified. And I would be, I've been in this business a long time, and I'm willing to bet that at the end of the day, there's going to be a net cost to ratepayers, not a net benefit. So while some ratepayers will save over what they otherwise would pay, I think on average, costs are going to go up as a result of this program. So I'm not even sure that we know what the benefits are, let alone holding PNM responsible to demonstrate that they've actually produced that level of benefits. one of the reasons why we are sort of taking more of or recommending a more phased-in approach is for that very reason, because we are very concerned about the implications if the commission approves a $344 million program under the grid mod statute, which, although I'm not an attorney, the grid mod statute itself does indicate that that those costs then would be largely presumed to be reasonable going forward. And so my concern is that that would limit the commission's flexibility to review those costs in the future. For that reason, the Attorney General is recommending somewhat of a phased-in approach. We still recommend about 60% of their program be approved, including the AMI, which is by far the largest component. So I certainly don't want to give the impression that the Attorney General is dragging its feet here. We don't feel that we're doing that at all, but we just think that a bit of caution is warranted, given the fact that there's lots of other options too. Some of these programs or projects won't be started for 3 or 4 years. There is that other docket out there, that 22-00089 docket, which is looking at process. And of course, there's nothing to prevent PNM from making other investments and recovering those costs through the normal base rate case process. You know, there's been a lot of talk about how these are core investments. They go to the very essence of the grid. And so to me, that's the type of thing that PNM should be doing, you know, all the time, is upgrading its grid, is replacing sections of its grid, responding to changes in new technology. So, you know, I think that all we're suggesting is that maybe the commission phase things in, take a more measured approach here, and hopefully, you know, maybe we'll get some answers in the meantime, or be able to quantify some of those perceived benefits a little bit better. And then we can talk about, well, then how do you hold the company actually accountable?
Would you agree that AMI is an enabling technology, but that the benefits realized depend on how it's actually used?
I would. I would agree with that. And we talk a lot about time of use rates and the benefits from time of use rates. A lot of people, I think, think of time of use and the customer's ability to manage their energy consumption as a potential benefit of AMI. And of course, I look at it in a slightly different way. I think it's great that customers will have presumably the ability to make energy choices based on better cost information. But on the other hand, there are some customers that just will not be able to change their consumption patterns for whatever reason. They will not be able to take advantage of those time of use rates. And actually, you know, you need time of use rates and energy saving devices like that, because overall, you know, rates are unaffordable for a lot of people. And so I would urge the commission to kind of take even a broader approach as to looking at general affordability, in addition to looking at how you can influence the usage patterns of specific customers, because some customers, frankly, will be hurt if time of use rates at some point are made mandatory.
Given the proposal we have in front of us, what confidence do you have that PNM will roll out a time of use rates plan that is effective, that is workable, that's effective?
Well, there's a pilot proposed in the rate case. I'm also involved in the rate case, although I probably will not be the witness on time of use. I think I don't know whether PNM will. PNM certainly has an incentive to put plant in the ground. They have an incentive to make investments. So I think they will definitely make the investments, because every dollar that they spend, frankly, they can earn a return on that. So they do definitely have an incentive to spend. Whether or not that spending results in real benefits, it's very difficult. And I mean, some of these things are very hard to measure. How do you value reliability? How do you even measure reliability? I mean, obviously there are industry standards, but what's that worth to a specific customer? I mean, these are very difficult very difficult issues. And I recognize that, and I don't want to minimize the problems in quantifying some of these things. But I do think that we need to have more of that discussion before we go and approve, a 6-year, $344 million program, which then ultimately will undoubtedly be extended to an 11-year program.
Isn't it true that if customer bills increase by roughly $6 a month in year 6, that a customer will need to save, maybe around 60 kilowatt hours a month just to break even, just to pay what they're paying now?
Yeah, I mean, that's the math. And it is interesting because the hearing examiner has actually referenced this exhibit on leveraging advanced metering infrastructure to save energy, and looking in there, it seems to be that the percentage energy savings is certainly less than the average, is certainly less than 10%. The benefit seems to be more in being able to reduce the demand, the demand, the requirements at any given time, as opposed to the energy requirements. But the energy reductions were actually not as significant as I would have anticipated, at least as stated in that report.
Do you believe the interests of the consumers and that of PNM are well aligned in this proposal?
Well, no, I don't think they're well aligned. Certainly not as presented by PNM. What we've done is we've tried to provide a better balance by some of the recommendations that we have made with regard to cost recovery. For example, our recommendation to base the rider on plant balances as of December 31 of the prior year, a recommendation to exclude operating costs from the rider. These are some of the things that we've done to create a better balance. But as proposed, I think that PNM has the cards are stacked in PNM's favor, which probably isn't surprising because it's their proposal. And frankly, because they presume, from what I understand, based on testimony in this case, they were involved in certain drafts of the Grid Modernization Act. So I guess we shouldn't be surprised that we're here today looking at this type of proposal.
Could one approach here be to quantify the benefits and to potentially subtract from PNM's revenue requirements that amount such that they would need to actually materialize those benefits?
Yes, provided we could, as I said before, provided we could clearly identify what those benefits were and what our goals were. If we set up a clear system of benchmarks or thresholds that PNM could be measured against, then I would agree that that would certainly be a potential way to attack that problem. And I should just say too that I would definitely agree that if we went down that road, then the company should be penalized if it did not if it did not produce the desired results. By that I mean presumably with a lower rate of return. My fear is that in any kind of performance-based rate making type of approach like that, that PNM would come in and argue that it's entitled to its full return plus some incentive should it exceed certain benchmarks. And, that's a road that I would not want to go down. I think that, if we gave PNM perhaps a lower ROE until it demonstrated that it had met those benchmarks, that's really the way to do it.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Crane. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I know there's other questions from other interveners, and we'll get there, but I just want to ask a couple of follow-up questions. And I'd asked Dr. Blank, and I think in your response to Commissioner Ellison, you were perhaps addressing this question too, is, did you hear my first question to Dr. Blank during our exchange?
I did, but I don't remember what it was.
Sure. Okay, so basically what I said to Dr. Blank is, if you look at the statistics, in the article that you referenced, that you noted that I referenced, AMI is being widely implemented throughout the country, right? This is going to happen. And I guess that's what I'm asking, Ms. Crane, is it the AG's position or your position as their witness that, yes, we will end up in a place where full grid modernization occurs? I mean, do you agree that's where we're going to go?
I think we're probably going to end up in a place where full AMI occurs.
Okay.
I think, I'm not sure that we have a complete definition of grid modernization. I think that term can probably, the meaning of that term can probably vary depending on utility and jurisdiction. But I think we pretty much are, we are all going to end up with AMI or something, very similar to what we're today calling AMI. And that's why the Attorney General is generally supportive of that portion of the company's proposal.
And I presume Ms. Padilla is bringing up the REA and referencing that, to note in part the fact that, look, we've heard ad nauseum that the grid modernization is necessary to incorporate more distributed energy resources. And I realize that's kind of a complicated statement, because what specific portions of it do you actually direct investment toward to achieve the most maximum DER integration? But it just strikes me, if we know that, that there is a sort of, there's an allure to PNM's claim that says, we need this to do what we're obligated to do under law. And I guess, do you have further comment about that particular response or approach to all of this?
Well, yeah, that's what I mentioned before. I mean, I think the technology is changing, and I think that in many ways PNM does have the responsibility to upgrade its network and to respond to that technology. I'm not sure why that should require a specific statute or a specific rate making mechanism. I mean, 10 years ago, there were things happening in the grid, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and there will be in the future. And in my view, a utility has the obligation to continuously, respond to that technology, update its system. The fact that they have, 300 applications for solar that they can't interconnect because, their facilities can't handle that. I guess I'm not sure why they should need special legislation or rate making in order to do that. If that's part of their obligation to serve, why aren't they doing that under the traditional base rate case process? And I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but that's certainly a question that I have in the back of my mind. So we're responding to the grid mod statute as best that we can, but I think there's an underlying issue here of what is the role of a utility, just as part of their general obligation to serve.
And I asked Mr. Warner a question, and he pitched it, and he answered the question in a way that I think it's understandable and comprehensible. And for folks remember the advancements in Ireland that occurred during a period of time, the Celtic Tiger was what they called it. It was they sort of missed out a lot of infrastructure investment for a long period of time. And then in the 21st century, just sort of went 100 miles an hour and got right up to speed. I mean, so that's what I asked Mr. Warner, was PNM derelict in its, previous investments in terms of keeping abreast of the things that you were just describing? And his answer was, well, we're in a great position. It's an opportunity. And so I'm going to pose the same question to you. I mean, do you feel previously that there was just a dereliction of investment?
Well, I only hesitate because I did testify in their first AMI case, and we recommended against approval of that program. That program was premised on pretty much strictly a cost-benefit analysis, and there were serious flaws in that cost-benefit analysis, which we identified, and that plan was ultimately rejected. Now, one could say, well, maybe the AG should have been more supportive at that time, but certainly based on the evidence in that case, clearly we couldn't support that proposal. So I recognize that we're continuously trying to balance the need for investment with the need to maintain stable and affordable rates. So I don't want to call them derelict, but I do think that we're here now, and let's go forward, and let's think about this, though, not as a special grid modernization program that's being driven by some sort of special legislation, but let's really take a broader view, as I think we discussed earlier today during cross-examination, and consider this as more of an integral function that the utility should be doing anyway. And as I said, that's why we make certain recommendations with regard to cost recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Ms. Beatles, you requested 5 minutes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I know I'm out of my depth here, but I'm wondering if I could move to strike your question about whether AMI is where we're headed, as the parties in this case are not allowed to raise questions about whether AMI in general is a good or bad thing.
Yeah, I'll deny that request. Thank you. Ms. Beatles, are you there?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could, I'm in communication with Ms. Beatles. She had to step away for a minute, but she informs me that she has no cross-examination for Ms. Crane.
Okay, Mr. Albright, you have requested 8 minutes with the witness.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Crane. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Albright?
Doing reasonably well, thank you. Thank you. And again, I represent Bernalillo County in this proceeding. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I do have a few follow-on. Do you recall from the statute that the statute allows for either recovery through rate rider or through base rates, through a rate case? I won't say base rates, I'll say rate case. That is an option under the grid mod statute.
Or both, or a
Or
combination of the two, which I think was pointed out by one of the PNM witnesses.
And with that, this morning, Dr. Blank, I don't know if you heard, were you listening in on Dr. Blank's cross-examination and responses this morning?
Yes.
And he made the recommendation. He made the recommendation that after a potential initial AMI project, perhaps a pilot program similar to what was before the commission before, or in the previous proceeding, that it be moved into as part of base rates. And what would your response be to that, or what would be your position with respect to that?
We actually made the same recommendation in my testimony. I mean, our recommendation is that with each base rate case, any costs that are being recovered through the rider be moved into base rates.
And how would you suggest that the commission address that? Would it be on a time basis? Would it be a follow-on proceeding? What recommendation would you make?
Well, the way I think it would work, the way that I've seen similar roll-ins is just that each time there's a base rate case, we are not recommending, the Attorney General is not recommending that there be requirements for base rate cases at certain intervals. We're not making that recommendation. But whenever there was a base rate case, we would recommend that that investment, which was being recovered through the rider, would at that point in time be included in rate base, and therefore from that, the effective date of rates in that case would be collected in base rates.
And how would the ROE be handled both pre and post that kind of action?
Well, our recommendation is that while there's a rider, that the return component on the investment would be, the revenue requirement associated with that investment would be based on the most recently authorized return in a base rate case. And so then once you had a subsequent base rate case, presumably with a different rate of return, that new return would be used going forward in the next grid mod filing, because the grid mod rider would effectively be reset to zero and then start over again after the rate case. So that new return would be used prospectively until there was another rate case. And then each time you had a new rate case, you'd update that return component in your rider.
Based upon what you have observed in other states or your analysis of what's occurred in other states, do you have an estimate? Do you have an estimate as to how long, we'll just call it a pilot project, would be before it would be reasonable to transition it into a rate case?
I guess I'm a little confused about your use of the term pilot project, because when I'm talking about the things I'm talking about, we're not recommending a pilot. The AG is not recommending a pilot. We're recommending that for the AMI piece that the PNM schedule go forward and be approved. And we are not recommending that there be rate cases on a mandatory basis. I have been involved in some cases, in fact, where just the opposite is true. I mean, I've been involved in some cases that involve infrastructure type riders, primarily in the gas industry, where the company is prohibited from filing a rate case as a condition of getting these annual adjustments in its revenues. So now I understand Dr. Blank's concern about the fact that if you don't want to kind of go forever, because at some point you want to go back and look at all of the different rate making components. However, having done this for a long time, in my experience, anytime you require a company to come in and file a rate case, chances are very, very, very high you're going to end up with higher rates, not lower rates. I have been involved in a few cases that resulted in rate reductions, but they are very few and far between. So my general policy and what I tell my clients is, if you can keep a company out from filing a general rate case, in my view, ratepayers are generally better off. So I guess that's where I disagree with your witness's recommendation.
Wasn't my witnesses,
Oh, sorry. I lose track of who's representing.
No, I understand. I understand. And one final question along the same lines. Obviously, with that kind of an approach, it's been 7 years since PNM has come in for a rate case, I believe 2016, and that was a stipulated rate proceeding based upon a lot of metrics that were in 2015. So there's no guarantee with that approach that the company would necessarily come in for a rate increase or a rate case, for a rate case.
Well, they're in right now for a rate case.
They're in right now, but they've projected that it would, is it true that they have projected that a lot of the metrics in this case would be deferred to the next rate case after the 270 proceeding?
Well, are you talking about cost allocation?
Cost allocation.
Okay. That's a whole other. They have said they have actually used the term. Yeah, I think they've actually used the term allocator. Okay, so they've said whatever allocators are authorized, that we all should adopt those allocators. And first of all, I think there's been some confusion about allocator that's been approved versus class cost of service allocation. So and I'm not sure which PNM is referring to. So I just want to make my answer clear. PNM has indicated that in the 2015 case, there were certain allocators approved. And I believe they are correct that there were certain allocators approved. What they don't say, however, is that those allocators were not used to actually allocate the revenue requirement among classes, right? Because you had banding. Okay, so first of all, so yes, allocators were approved, and yes, presumably a cost of service study reflected those allocators. But then the commission said, we're going to use sort of the general trends that come out of that cost of service study, but we're going to band. And so we're going to make different decisions about how we allocate the revenue requirement. We're not going to use those allocators that we just approved. Then we get to the 2016 case, and we've heard a lot about how that was pro rata. Well, as far as I can tell, based on the initial stipulation in that case, it was pro rata except for 3 rate classes. Those 3 rate classes were going to get less than the pro rata allocation. And then I believe that the commission initially rejected that argument and said, no, that's discriminatory. And you got to just go with a pro rata allocation across the board. And then I think the parties filed exceptions. I mean, you can go back and check the record, but this is based on my research, the parties all filed exceptions and said, this was a stipulation. And yes, there were 3 parties that got big breaks here, but we think that you should preserve the integrity of the stipulation process, commission, and revise your decision and actually approve the stipulation. To make it more complicated, there was originally a 2-phase stipulation with regard to rate design, which was also rejected, but I won't even go there. So I think, first of all, when we talk about, when they say they will accept allocators that are approved in the future, are they talking about just a mathematical allocator? Because that gets you nowhere. I mean, if that's what they're talking about, I would seriously disagree that that's the way to go. What should happen in the future is the class allocations that come out of the revenue requirement, however the commission determines, those should be allocated. That's what should be used for the grid mod rider, to allocate among classes. And here's where I should mention, I talk about this in my supplemental testimony because this is a change from my direct testimony. But because of the underlying nature of those investments, they should be allocated however the commission allocates that overall revenue requirement. And then you can get into the discussion of within each class, how do you recover, the grid mod costs within each class? If PNM is saying we're going to assume that specific allocators that are approved in future cases should be used for grid mod, I mean, I strongly would disagree with that. When the Attorney General says that the allocation should be based on future rate case allocations, we're talking about the actual allocations to each class that result from those rate cases, not some, allocators that get approved somewhere else as part of that process. So I just want to make that clear.
And thank you, Mr. Albright. We've run out of time for questions with Ms. Crane here.
Understand. I thank you very much, Ms. Crane, for your answers and insight as well. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, and
Thank
the
you,
next
Mr.
two,
Albright.
the next two witnesses, we have the Water Utility Authority, both the Water Utility Authority and NM Area have both requested a half hour. So that goes a little too long for us. We'll take our break now.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could just
Mr.
comment
Gould?
very quickly. Yes, thank you. With the responses that Ms. Crane gave to Mr. Albright, I do not have any further questions. So you can zero out Anamaria's time for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Harris, how long do you think you'll go, sir?
Probably the 30 minutes. I'm
Okay,
looking
so then
forward to my discussion with Ms. Crane. We haven't talked for a long time.
Okay, well, then we're going to take our break. So we'll, Mr. Bartel.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update, Mr. Hearing Examiner, about the Walmart witnesses. Mr. Teague could be available to testify this afternoon. Mr. Chris is traveling and is not available.
Okay, and Mr. Bruno, you weren't present earlier, but I asked, is Mr. Wilkinson prepared to go today?
He was preparing for tomorrow morning, but I can make an inquiry. Do you have a time estimate?
You know, if we're going to get through Miss Crane, then we'll have Miss Lane. It'd be close to the end of the day, but he is the only other witness, in fact. But there's no cross-examination for Mr. Wilkinson, so I think it would be useful if we could get him in today.
PNM's not going to cross-examine him?
They've requested that they've waived that cross-examination.
Oh, then I think we could probably get him in today.
We'll do that. So why don't you get in touch with them over our lunch break?
Sure.
And so let's take the hour. Is there anything else, Mr. Gould?
Yeah, just to be clear, we should tell Mr. Andrews to be prepared to go tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, let's come back in an hour. It's 12:08. We'll call it 1:10. Thank you all.
Oh man, the gang's all here.
And I see Mr. Teague in the waiting room, Mr. Bartel. I'm just gonna leave him there until we conclude, until it's necessary to admit him. So he can just stay in the waiting room. It's fine.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have an update on my witness.
Yes, Mr. Bruno.
He said he could be available after 2 o'clock today.
Okay, well, that should be about right. And if we have to do Mr. Teague first, no, I think that should be fine. Miss Lane there'll be questions for Miss Lane, so that's in 50 minutes from now. So after 2 is fine.
Thank you.
All right, so good afternoon, Commissioner O'Connell. How are you?
Good. How are you? Sorry,
Fine,
I've been
thank you.
otherwise occupied. This has been very interesting.
Good. All right, so we have Miss Crane is here, our court reporter is here, and I think I'm trying to think where we left off. I was going to go to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris is here, so he's prepared. So why don't we just get started then? Mr. Lee will go back on the record, or maybe we are.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Crane, you're still under oath, you recall?
I do.
Terrific. Mr. Harris, you've requested 30 minutes for the Water Utility Authority with Miss Crane.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Crane.
Good afternoon.
I look forward to the discussion. One of the bad things about Zoom hearings is we don't actually get to meet in person, and it's been years since I've had an opportunity to talk to you, so I'm looking forward to this. Starting with your direct testimony, please turn to, well, my first question is on page 7, but for context, my first question will address one of your recommendation 3s, which is my understanding, a recommendation that you are making pursuant to what you state in page 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any rate, on lines 1 to 5 of page 7, you make a recommendation that with the base rate case, the company reset its grid modification rider to 0. Why do you make that recommendation?
Because I think the cost should be rolled into base rates at that point.
Okay. Did you listen to Dr. Blank's testimony this morning?
I did.
It's my understanding of his testimony is that utility capital expenditures are best recovered through base rates. Is my understanding correct?
Well, I think ultimately, I think they should be recovered through base rates. There are instances where for short periods of time, they are permitted to be recovered through a rider, but ultimately, they're generally then rolled into base rates.
That was my follow-up question. Thanks, because I just wanted to confirm that I didn't misstate what my understanding was correct. So at any rate, thanks. You've also testified, I believe, that there's a pending rate case.
Yes.
And it's been years since the last rate case.
Yes, it has.
Okay. And hypothetically, if the next base rate case is not decided for another 6 years after the pending rate case, how would that impact your recommendation regarding the grid collection of the grid modernization costs?
It wouldn't. I haven't made any assumptions about when the next base rate case would be. And as I think I expressed earlier, I'm not recommending that there be mandatory rate cases at any particular period of time.
Okay. On the same page, page 7, lines 10 to 11, there is a recommendation about the use of the WAC. The same question before, if the next base rate case isn't for 6 years or decided for 6 years, how would that impact your recommendation?
No, I think it would not impact my recommendation. I mean, I am actually aware of a situation where a company stayed out for a long period of time and has a rider and had agreed after a few years to voluntarily reduce its return on equity that was used for the rider because of a reduction in capital costs. But generally that's rare, and generally we would use the weighted average cost of capital in the most recent rate case, even recognizing that that may not still be an appropriate cost of capital should there be a rate case today.
And my last question on this line of question is on page 8, lines 2 to 5, there's a recommendation regarding cost of service and rate design. If the next rate case isn't decided for another 6 years, how would that impact your recommendation?
Are you talking about the recommendation with regard to the cost recovery on a volumetric basis?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear that that was sort of updated or revised in my supplemental testimony, so that in my supplemental testimony, I've indicated that with regard to the class allocation, that the class allocation should be based on the approved class allocations in the most recent rate case. And then intra-class, I have no objection of those costs being recovered on a fixed customer charge basis. Again, that revised recommendation wouldn't change regardless of when the next base rate case was. Although, it's interesting because there are actually some companies that have a rider mechanism or an adjustment mechanism, but instead of actually charging it through a rider each year, they actually adjust base rates. And the practice is to use the billing determinants from the last base rate case. And in the company I'm thinking of, it's been a number of years, and those billing determinants probably are no longer completely valid. But, we do the best we can, and the process has to be simple enough so that it can be implemented efficiently.
Thank you. Turning back to page 7, on lines 19 to 21, there's a recommendation regarding carrying costs being based on short-term debt rate. Would you recommend adjusting this short-term debt rate, and how would that be done?
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's carrying costs on over and under recoveries, not carrying costs on the legacy meters, because we're recommending no carrying costs on the legacy meters. But with regard to under and over recoveries, sometimes the commission will actually specify what specific short-term debt rate should be used. For example, you could say it's going to be a 2-year treasury bill rate as of a certain date during the year, the calendar year. Or it could be the company's commercial paper rate if the company issues its own short-term debt. So there's a number of ways that short-term debt can be defined, and I didn't actually define what exact short-term debt metrics should be used here.
Would you have a recommendation regarding those metrics?
Well, I think it's since under or over recoveries generally result in a lag of about 2 years, it probably does make sense to tie this maybe to like a 2-year treasury rate. And I think just for the sake of efficiency, you might want to say that that rate would be updated, once a year on such and such a date. I have no particular preference as to what date was selected by the commission, but that way you take away any, controversy as to on what day should you be actually looking at the 2-year treasury rate. But something like that, I mean, it's easily identifiable. It's very objective. Everybody can just go to their computer or their newspaper and see what that rate is, and that could be done once a year.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I don't know. Am I coming across okay? I'm not sure whether that's on my end, or is anyone else getting any feedback? Okay.
Your audio is fine.
Commissioner?
I have
Okay.
I may be Mr. Harris. It may be.
It's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was coming across okay. Thank you.
Yep.
You're perfectly clear from my end.
Thank you.
I haven't had a problem that I know of with feedback before. Turning to page 10. Here you start addressing, and it goes over to page 11, the grid modernization statute. Okay, my question is, other than the grid modernization statute, when deciding the issues in this case, are there other provisions of the Public Utility Act and or other regulatory principles that you would recommend the commission consider when reaching its decisions?
Wow, that's a really broad question.
Yeah,
I think they should consider a lot of things. Probably too numerous to mention here. I think they should consider the condition of the industry, the fact that, AMI meters are in fact being used by over 50% or at least 50% of utility customers today. I think they should be mindful of, the principles of rate gradualism and affordability. I mean, I think they have to take that into account. I think they have to consider the principles of burden of proof. And I think they have to consider whether or not any approvals done in this case will shift the burden of proof in future cost recovery proceedings. Obviously, questions like allocations and cost recovery. Cost recovery is a very complex and in many times subjective area. It is by no means cut and dry, and they're going to have to make some decisions about which classes of customers are going to pay for these charges, and what's an acceptable level of a charge. They're going to have to consider all the opt-out questions that have arisen in this case, and what kind of a message, if any, they want to send to customers when they establish their opt-out fees. So, those are the things kind of that come to mind right now, as well as, are these costs reasonable? Are they necessary? Are there quantifiable benefits?
We would include fair, just, and reasonable rate considerations, balancing of interests of shareholders and ratepayers. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks. That will help with organizing our brief. Okay, turning to page 13.
Yes.
My first question is, did you listen to the discussion with my discussion with Dr. Blank this morning?
I did.
Okay, and part of my discussion was whether a utility's provides basic services integral to safe, adequate regulatory service, includes such things as metering, communicating with customers, etc. And my understanding of the collection of costs traditionally by utilities for basic services is that they're collected in rate cases. Is that your understanding?
It is.
And
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Leslie Padilla with PNM, and I'm going to lodge the same objection, much the same as Ms. Terwilliger did, as to Mr. Harris's cross of Larry Blank. This is friendly cross-examination. No, we didn't cross certain witnesses due to the interest of preserving time, and where we could have elicited the same kind of information that's supportive of our case. So this is objectionable.
Yeah, and I would actually agree with Ms. Padilla, Mr. Harris, and I don't want to curtail your capacity to ask questions, but you know, if you could get to the cross-examination portions of the question, I think that would be useful to us all.
well, what the question was for the follow-up question is that if these costs are traditionally collected in a traditional rate case, why shouldn't the cost that PNM is asking for here be collected in a base rate case rather than through a rider?
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's what I object to. This is friendly cross.
May I interject? I believe we just referenced a recommendation from Ms. Crane that referenced a rider. And Mr. Harris is now asking about a base rate case.
Okay,
And so
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gedko. So let me understand. Ms. Crane, your recommendation in this case is to allow the rider to occur, correct?
For capital costs, but not for operating costs. We would recommend that operating costs would only be recovered through a rate case.
And Mr. Harris, in light of that, do you still feel the need to ask that question? I mean,
yes, because
and what is the? Okay, go ahead. Why is that question necessary?
Yes, because the recommendation, my understanding, is for the capital costs be recovered through a rider. So why shouldn't the capital costs also be recovered traditionally, as it usually would be, through base rates?
I'll allow that question.
Well, I think our recommendation was somewhat we acknowledged, obviously, that the statute does permit these costs to be recovered through a rider, through base rates, or a combination of the two. And so we have really gone with the combination of the two. We've in recognition of the statute, the provision in the statute.
So my question is, follow-up question is, does the statute, to your understanding, require collection through a rider?
It does not. To my understanding, it does not.
Then why should capital costs that are traditionally recovered in a rate base case, why would you recommend that these discretionary ability to collect through a rider be collected in a rider rather than how capital costs are traditionally recovered in a rate base case?
Well, as I indicated, we were giving some recognition to the statute, the fact that they expressly permit a rider, and I also think that we did try and balance interests by saying that capital costs, which are very discrete and fairly easily identifiable, could go through a rider. We also restricted that to costs that were actually in service by December 31 of the prior year, which mirrors to some extent the traditional base rate case process. And we also said, though, that operating costs should not be included in a rider because of the sort of difficulty in tracking, especially when you start talking about employees who may be jumping from one position to another. And oftentimes it's very difficult to discreetly identify incremental operating costs as well as operating savings. So we've taken what I think is a balanced approach in recognizing that, the company will be making a significant investment. We understand it's the intent of the legislature to provide some incentive for them to make that investment. And we think allowing them to recover the capital costs on a more current basis will provide some of that additional incentive without completely abandoning the base rate case process.
Thank you. Turning to page 18 of your testimony, continuing on to page 19. Here you discuss PNM's prior application for grid modernization in case 15-00312 UT, correct?
Yes.
And you participated in that case, did you not?
I did.
In this case, did the recommended decision conclude that the proposed PNM plan in that case did not fairly balance the interests of investors and ratepayers?
Yes, I mean, there were several concerns that the commission had. That was one of them.
And I believe the recommended decision noted that the ratepayers should not bear 100% of the risk, that PNM savings predictions will occur. Is that also your recollection?
Yes, PNM did file a cost benefit analysis in that case, and we felt that there were some serious flaws in that cost benefit analysis. And I think the concerns were that those benefits would not materialize.
Does this line of reasoning also have application in this case regarding risk and the shifting of risk?
Well, there's definitely a shifting of risk. Anytime you establish a rider, you've essentially shifted risk. You've shifted more risk onto ratepayers and away from shareholders. So there is a shifting. We've tried to provide a better balance, as I indicated before, by recovering some things through a rider and some things in base rates. But again, we have given some consideration to the wording in the statute, and that's why we are recommending that at least some of these costs be recovered through a rider.
Isn't risk an important principle in utility regulation?
Risk is an important consideration, certainly.
Yes, and isn't there a saying that the commission is the surrogate for the marketplace?
Well, yes. I mean, I've heard it said a little bit differently that regulation is a substitute for competition. I think we're saying the same thing there.
And if the risk is shifted from shareholders, can that principle still hold true?
Well, I think just like cost allocation, certain things are not necessarily black and white. And I think one of those things is risk. And I think it's very difficult. I mean, it's very difficult to precisely measure risk. It can be difficult to allocate risk. And so, again, I mean, I think we look at all the information we have and we do the best we can. But at the end of the day, there's going to be risk there. And in my experience, ratepayers are often kind of the ones that bear a lot of that risk.
Okay. And in this case, we know what the benefits are for the utility. I think you mentioned that before, that the greater the amount that goes into the rider costs and that they recover from, that's a benefit to them, correct?
It is.
And I believe you're also indicating that the risk for any real benefits that would accrue that the ratepayers are paying for are unknown.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this
Yes.
is Leslie Padilla again from PNM. I'm going to object again. Mr. Harriger filed rebuttal testimony on behalf of the Water Utility Authority. He could have raised these concerns. Had he, we would have had an opportunity to cross-examine him on them. Instead, Mr. Harris is trying to bring this in through his cross-examination of another witness. So I know you may want to allow the questions, but I just wanted to let you know this is kind of procedurally improper, given that the Water Utility Authority did not take the opportunity to file testimony about this.
Mr. Harris?
I'll have to compliment the attorney for PNM. I've never heard that objection made before. This is legitimate cross-examination. The fact that our witness could have addressed that has nothing to do with my examination of the Attorney General's witness.
Well, it does have the effect on us, though, in being able to, cross-examine your witness if this is the county's position.
Well, Ms. Padilla, is the answer, no, fine. Are you requesting recross?
No, just object to this line of cross-examination.
Thank you. I'll overrule objection. Continue, Mr. Harris.
Okay, turning to page 37 of your direct. Starting at page 27 through page 30, you discuss rate rider recommendations.
I'm sorry, page 27?
Correct.
Okay, yes, thank you. I have it.
Okay. I have to turn there as well. Okay, beginning on page 27, excuse me, at page 29, lines 12 to 18. There is, somewhere in here, there's a statement that that a rider's extraordinary treatment, rate treatment. Do you see that?
On line 16, yes.
Okay. Why do you say that's an extraordinary treatment?
Well, because it's not the typical treatment for core investments in a utility. As we've been discussing, the typical treatment would be to recover these costs in a base rate case.
Okay. And that was a discussion we were having before.
It was.
How much do you believe the recommendations you're making will offset in favor of ratepayers the benefits that is being enjoyed by shareholders?
Well, I certainly can't put a number on it, but I do think that, I mean, they get the rider, they get a rider, so they don't have to wait as long for recovery of their capital costs. But they get the rider based on costs that have actually completed in the prior year, which means it won't be quite as contemporaneous as they would like and as they propose in their proposal. So I think, in some respects, we've tried to balance those interests. They get capital costs, but they don't get operating costs. I think the capital costs that we recommend are about $207 million. But we recommend that over the first 6 years, the operating costs, which I think are about $67 million on a cumulative basis, would be recovered only through a base rate case. So, we've kind of, I guess, split the baby there, if you will. So we've tried to look at various aspects of cost recovery and, maybe tilt it a little bit more in the ratepayers' interest and benefit than it was in PNM's proposal. But obviously, there's still quite a bit of benefit to PNM in having a rider at all. And certainly to have, it's probably a much bigger benefit to have what is essentially pre-approval of whatever costs are authorized in this case.
I'm
Can't tell if
concerned
Mr.
that
Harris is frozen or if he's
Burnell
He's
County
thinking.
PNM is. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
frozen. I'm not frozen. Screen.
you were frozen.
As he is again, it appears.
Yes. And he's gone. Oh, no, there he is. Mr. Harris, you're muted now.
Okay, to proceed. Can you hear me now, Ms. Crane?
Okay.
I stopped the clock for you, Mr. Harris. You've got 1:25 left.
Ooh. Have you seen that exhibit?
I'm not sure I heard what exhibit you were referring to.
It was the exhibit showing that information that the Water Authority received from PNM regarding the amount of revenues that PNM receives through its riders.
I have seen that exhibit, yes.
Does that cause you any concern?
Well, it's a higher and higher amount than it was. I mean, over the past couple of years, the percentage of total revenue that goes through a rider has increased. And, you know, that's a trend probably not only for PNM, but for a lot of companies, because, you know, as I indicated, there's a big benefit if they can have cost recovery through a rider rather than through base rates. I think they've gone from, over the past couple of years, maybe something like 19% up to 23%, or I'm sorry, up to 28%, something like that. I may not be exact with those numbers, but that's sort of the order of magnitude of the percentage of revenue that has essentially been shifted from base rates to the rider mechanism. Here it is. It's your 2A. And it's in 2018, for example, it was 22% overall was through a rider, and in 2021 it was 28% that was through a rider. Some of that is fuel, which is obviously can fluctuate a lot from year to year, but otherwise, you know, you're talking about energy efficiency and renewable energy costs. So it has definitely increased as a percentage of their total revenue, which reduces their risk.
Mr. Harris, that's all the time you requested, sir.
Right. I'd like one final question.
Sure.
Okay. The final question is, does this shift in revenues into riders affect the commission's ability to effectively regulate the utility?
Well, it certainly, it depends on what kind of rider you have. So, for example, if you have a rider that basically guarantees recovery of any specific costs, let's call it like fuel costs, then yes. Similarly here, once these program costs are authorized in this case, then the commission will have a very limited ability to disallow any of those costs in the future, at least the way that I read the statute. So obviously it's more difficult for the commission to disallow costs that have been kind of set up through the rider mechanism than it is to disallow costs in a base rate case.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Commissioners Aguilera, Ellerson, or O'Connell, would you like to question Ms. Crane in any way?
Thanks. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
No, thank you.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Ms. Crane, during your discussion with Ms. Padilla, you were talking about your recommendation relating to the opt-out costs. And you said at one point, I'd like to explain the basis for my recommendation. Ms. Padilla said, no, thank you. The hearing examiner may want to hear that. So I'm going to ask you that question now. Tell me what you were intending to say then.
Sure. As I indicated with Ms. Padilla, we are not questioning the actual cost estimates that were used by PNM, but we think that there should be a lot of other things considered when setting an opt-out rate. I mean, cost is always a principal consideration when you begin the issue of rate design or cost allocation, but it is by no means the only issue or the only factor that should be considered. And even if you look at the NARUC manual, it recognizes that even in the NARUC manual that the role of cost in rate making is not without controversy. And it goes on to have a great quote from Bonbright, who's sort of the guru of rate making. That
I've read his book.
Okay, so costs are spread thin and wide, like butter on a sandwich, is what is actually said in the NARUC cost allocation manual, and there's probably some truth to that. So there's lots of reasons other than pure cost for setting rates. In this case, the opt-out is, these meters are somewhat controversial. I mean, I think we've seen that there's at least going to be some segment of the population that feels that this program should not be approved. There's no hard and fast number. I mean, it's somewhat subjective as to what is a reasonable opt-out fee. But in addition to cost and in addition to the social aspects of opting out, you also should consider things like what message, if any, are you trying to send to your ratepayers? There's the need to balance getting an opt-out fee that's high enough so you don't get just everyone opting out. I mean, it's high enough so that people actually, have to think about whether or not they should opt out, but it also has to be low enough so that it's affordable, because this is going to be a hot button issue. And if you have an opt-out fee that is just too high, you might as well not have any opt-out fee at all, because no one's going to be able to afford it. So there are a lot of competing interests, I think, that the commission needs to balance when it sets an opt-out fee. And they have to consider all those factors in addition to cost. And that's what I've tried to do. I don't know that my number is exactly the right number. There's probably a range that is reasonable, and that would be for the commission to determine.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on this, you don't question PNM's basic arithmetic and the way that it's calculated. What are these costs? So Mr. Morgan's testimony about these subjects, you're saying that you don't challenge the content of that testimony. It's a philosophical debate that you're really engaged in. Is that more or less correct?
Yeah, correct. Except I will say I was a little concerned, and maybe I don't fully understand. I listened to his cross-examination yesterday. There was this issue about knowing what the cost or the rate or the opt-out charge is going to be when you actually make the decision to opt out. And I think what he was saying yesterday was that customers would not need to opt out until they actually knew what that exact charge was going to be, because PNM is saying these are estimates and it intends to update these costs. And I'm not sure how the commission makes the decision about opting out if you don't know yourself what charge is being proposed. So although if PNM is not going to actually impose this charge for a number of years, which I also heard yesterday, maybe that's a decision you don't even have to make right now this minute. But certainly I would just want to make sure that customers know what the charge is going to be before they have to make the decision about whether or not to opt out.
And under your sort of recommendation as to how to proceed, I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is the folks who opt out should not have to absorb all the cost of that choice. Is that correct?
From a policy perspective, yes. From a policy perspective, I would agree with that. That's my recommendation.
And I just want to make sure I understand PNM's position in this case is that all collectively, these varying technologies together contribute towards things that are required by law, RPS requirements, and are beneficial to the grid, resilience, and safety. All right, well, maybe not, well, I have to think about that, but certainly resilience. And I guess I'm wondering if we, and I can imagine that, like, just a hypothetical person who is not opting out, who listens to this and says, well, that sounds like it benefits all of us. We should all pay equally for this. I mean, would a customer who hears that they have to carry the cost of folks who don't want these meters, I mean, would you accept that they would be frustrated by that?
Yeah, I would. And, I mean, there are a couple states where they don't allow people to opt out, and that's always another avenue. I mean, that's kind of one extreme. I do. I mean, I don't want to pay for someone else's costs either. Although I also recognize that every single ratepayer is either subsidizing or being subsidized by some other ratepayer. I mean, none of us are truly paying our exact cost of service. So at some point, sometimes we need to deviate from cost, and we need to say, is there another reason, to set a rate that may not be strictly based on cost? And I think if you want people to have the opportunity, a realistic opportunity to opt out, if you want to provide that to customers who have genuine concerns about these meters for whatever reason, you need to set that rate at a reasonable level. Now, what is reasonable? That's going to differ for each person, but it has to be something that the majority of these people are going to be able to afford and once you are talking about a monthly basis, they're going to have to be able to afford it on a monthly basis in order to make this a realistic option for them. So that's my concern, that the cost be a reasonable option for these people to consider, those who have genuine concerns about the meters. Sure. You're participating in the rate case 22-270? Unfortunately, I am. Same here. So one question I've been thinking about in the back of my mind as we've been having these discussions is, okay, what's the collective impact to customers, not only of this grid mod, and we kind of have an idea of what the numbers are over the years, but whatever rate increases are proposed in that rate case. Do you have an answer to that question? Do you know offhand? You might not, which is fine. Yeah, unfortunately I don't. I'm been so backed up between the SPS and the SPS rate case and this case that I really can't answer that question. Yeah, I'm in the same position. But I think, of course, I'm sure you agree with me, that's something the commission has to look at, right? Absolutely. Yeah. One of the things that came up in your testimony, you pointed out that this application is significantly larger than the 2015 application that the commission denied. And one of the thoughts I had about that was, well, one answer to that objection is to say, well, but they're just further in the hole, right? Mm-hmm. Like they've just gotten more behind. And one of the problems would be is if we don't do something now, they're only further behind in a few more years. And I guess this gets back to your point that you're not actually arguing that they should not be able to do this. It's just the phase in that you think is more important. Am I understanding your position correct? Yeah, and that was, I think, $87.2 million in investment. If you just look at the meters, just the meter function itself in this case, it's about $151 million. And we are recommending that be approved, as well as an additional amount. So we're recommending that about 60%, or about $208 million, be approved. So we think that this is a reasonable first step. And of course, there's nothing to preclude the company from coming back in a year or two or whatever and filing for another grid mod plan that captures, the investment that it intends to make further out in the process. So they always have that option. So we're not saying that these projects should never be approved or that they're not needed. I mean, what we're saying is just be cautious in what you approve here. And there are other avenues available to the company, whether that be through base rates or through another grid mod filing or whatever, to expand on their grid mod efforts.
One of the current themes that runs through many of the testimonies received from PNM is the suggestion that without approval of the implementation plan over the 6 years period of time, if we don't approve that now, that somehow this will result, it's sort of the parade of horribles. I mean, it's really just they're saying it's delay. Do you credit that at all?
No, I don't. And, this shouldn't be, I don't really view grid modernization as, I guess, that cut and dry. I mean, running a utility, upgrading a utility, responding to new technology, that's a very dynamic process. Technologies change, the economy changes, your customer base can change, people's needs change, their expectations change. So I don't see this as sort of an all or nothing proposal before us. As I've said, I think this is a good first start, $207 million of investment, put in the new meters. We've actually included several other aspects of the company's, the telecommunications that they wanted, the cybersecurity aspect. So we've actually given them what we think is, a fairly robust investment program here. We haven't given them everything at this point in time, but that doesn't mean that, that they shouldn't get it or that they can't get it through some other process. I'm so concerned about this presumption of reasonableness too. I mean, once you say 344 million is the way to go, and another 67 million in operating costs, should you decide that they should be allowed to recover those as well through the rider, your hands are effectively tied. I mean, yes, if they come in with cost overruns, you get to presumably deny them recovery of those overruns. But otherwise, you're pretty much committed to approving rates for that entire $344 million, if that's what they spend, and they deliver the goods, so to speak, for that investment. And given all the questions that are still kind of unanswered about benefits, we don't have any even real pricing for anything other than the meters. It's really the only thing that they've done an RFP for. So I just think there are so many questions still that, I wouldn't want to be in the situation today of saying to them, yes, we're going to let you spend $344 million, when I think there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
And last question I'll ask you is, I just want to make sure I understand your point about the operation and maintenance costs and why that is, in your view, so problematic to be treated in the rider rather than in base rates. And I've read your testimony. I know what you say there, but I guess, is there anything you can tell me that helps clarify why that's so problematic in your view?
Mm-hmm. I guess I would view O&M costs as more fluid, and as I say in my testimony, employees is probably the easiest example for people to understand. And I think I saw something that said they responded to a bench request or something and said that they had like 17 new employees. And
yes, I asked Mr. Warner to identify. Yeah. Okay.
And there's been a lot of talk too about on the meter reading side, actually, about how employees jump from position to position. They start in one position with the company and then they get promoted or they go off to another position. And when you are setting base rates with an assumption about numbers of employees and salary levels, and then at the same time, you're allowing them to collect labor costs in a rider, I think there is a real potential for double recovery. Can be great difficulty tracking, especially as people leave a position where maybe they were doing something associated with the grid mod, and now they're going to go off and do something in distribution that's not being recovered through the grid mod, and yet their costs are still in the rider, and so I think it's very difficult, I think, or much more difficult, let's say that, to track operating costs and operating savings as well. So I recommend that all of that be handled instead through base rates. And I will say that there are, in my experience, several different types of infrastructure riders, be that water, gas, or electric, where only capital costs are recovered through a rider. And the whole issue of what happens on the operating side is kind of deferred to base rates, where you have a comprehensive review of all of the operating expenses and how the company is being impacted by variations in those expenses, over time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gedko, do you have any redirect?
No, I don't have any redirect. I think everybody's asked very good questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Crane. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
New Mexico Attorney General, please call your next witness.
Is Miss Lane in the waiting room? If not, I'm going to reach out to her, of course, immediately.
I see Mr. Wilkinson and I see Mr. Teague, but not Miss Lane.
All right, I'm working on it.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yeah.
In the meantime, maybe we could take care of one procedural matter. P&M has filed its response to your bench request number 4.
Yes, I saw that actually.
I
I did notice
believe
that email.
It's verified by P&M witness John Hawkins.
Okay.
Do you want us to move that into evidence? This is
Yes,
the question
please.
about, okay. Well, then P&M would move admission of, oh, I don't know. Sorry, I wasn't prepared with the exhibit number. One moment.
44.
Would it be 44?
Pretty sure. You can
I think that's
take a
right.
moment.
Because 43. P&M moves admission then of P&M exhibit 44, which is P&M's response to the oral bench request number 4.
Right, and this regards, the hearing examiner requested that P&M explain what would happen with respect to reading the meters, these AMI meters, if there was a loss of power communication. That came up in a discussion. And so I will treat this as though Mr. Hawkins said these words in his testimonies and that he went through the formality of verifying all of that. Is there any objection to me doing that? I hear none. And is there any objection to admission of P&M exhibit 44? I hear none, so P&M 44 will be admitted. Thank you, Ms. Padilla, for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
And I allowed Ms. Lane in, and she's there. I see her. Oh, she's on mute. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. How are you?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great,
And
thank
Mr.
you.
Lee, if you could please swear your witness, or the witness.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Courtney.
Good afternoon.
The Office of the Attorney General would like to, well, we already did this because Mr. Lee did the swearing in. Normally, I would say that I would like to call Miss Lane to testify. Skipping that then, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's Courtney Lane, Lane.
And who do you work for and what are your duties?
I am a principal associate at Synapse Energy Economics, where I provide expert consulting services on a wide array of utility dockets.
And do you have a document that has been titled OAG Exhibit Number 2, Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I did.
And are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
Yes, there are 2. These involve some issues with the appendices and relate to pages 28 and 29.
And am I correct that page number 30 got placed as an appendix as opposed to following immediately after page 29?
Yes, 29 refers to a table 1 below, and that table 1 was inadvertently placed after my resume, where appendix B should have gone, or attachment B should have gone.
And I will simply interject for everybody that I apologize. This was a day when I was attending to a family matter and we had a sick paralegal as well. And so there was a bit of difficult work in the Attorney General's office that day.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I was going to ask her to clarify too. So let's do this. I see page 29. Let's pull it up. I'm going to go in and share screen. Magic of Zoom. OAG. Of course, it's too small. Direct of Courtney Lane. Let me pull up my share screen. Just give me a second so we're all clear. If we don't go through this step by step, people will be confused. So here we are. We have this, and it looks like at page 29, which I'm scrolling down to. There's like a big gap. So there was supposed to be something.
Yes. And there's a missing page 30. You'll see the next page actually says 31.
I see.
And page 30 with the table is actually after my resume. It's an attachment.
Let's scroll down. This is your resume.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
There it is.
Okay, so that's supposed to be on 29.
It would just go after page 29 and be page 30, and it has 30 at the bottom. And
I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, there it is. And we go from 29 to 31 in the actual direct testimony. Okay, I understand. Mr. Welliger, is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So that is the first correction, and that's related to the second and last correction. And that is, well, I should allow Miss Lane to say this. Go ahead.
So where that table 1 that we just looked at was placed is where a different table that was called attachment B was supposed to go. That is the attachment B listed on page 28. Attachment B is a graphical, it's a Excel chart that shows more clearly the additional metrics I include or recommend on page 28. And attachment B just shows those additional metrics I recommend plus what PNM had proposed. So it combines them both together, and that is currently missing from this testimony.
Okay.
What I expected a need to speak with Mr. Williger.
Yes, well, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Gedko, make your request.
Because the table functions simply to take the recommendations from page 28, which are additional recommendations to what PNM proposed, and put them into a table with what PNM proposed, I would like to supply that to PNM and have them review that and verify. And if so, then I would email a revised exhibit. If we aren't able to do that, then I imagine that in briefing, I would supply the table and explain that it's a combination of what PNM proposed in their application, along with the additional recommendations that are listed on page 28
and which are followed by Ms. Lane stating, I include a full list of proposed reporting metrics for AMI in attachment B.
Mr. Welliger?
Hearing examiner, having not seen the missing information, and I'd like to take Mr. Getko's word for it, but unfortunately, I don't think I should. At this juncture, so I guess I mean I wish I would have been happy to look at this yesterday if you had just emailed me, and we wouldn't have to be at this point where your witness is trying to testify. But since that didn't happen, I guess we'll look at the information and we'll see if we can agree with Mr. Getko.
So Mr. Getko, why don't you and Mr. Welliger engage in whatever discussions you need to? I assume that the only party that would object to the admission of this would be P&M. It sounds like what you're describing is largely, a visual aid, really. So maybe there won't be any substantive disagreements, but let's leave it alone for now and then come back to this maybe tomorrow.
I appreciate that, and thank you very much. It was discovered at a late point, Mr. Welliger. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarification?
Yes.
I gather, Mr. Getko, are you going to resubmit a corrected version of her testimony without the missing information, at least moving are we just going to leave this as is with the
I think we should leave it as is. Let's leave it as is. Let me
All right.
answer that question. Let's leave it alone as it is. And then if Mr. Getko and you decide that it is acceptable for this change to happen, then we'll make that change. And we'll take this up again tomorrow. But for the moment, she made a clarification as to why the one page where the one problem was, and it's still in this testimony, so that's fine. This is a bit of a different situation that needs a little more work. So we'll deal with that later. So let's proceed with the document we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, Ms. Lane, taking into account the acceptance of page 30 being placed in its correct location in the document, and that being the only correction that we are making at this moment, if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
They are.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I then request that OAG Exhibit Number 2, the direct testimony of Courtney Lane, be admitted into the record.
Any objections? For the moment, this version of P&M Exhibit 2 is what shall be admitted, pending further discussion about the matters which we just talked for some minutes.
Hearing examiner, did you mean AG, OAG? I think.
Sorry, yes, I wrote it on there. OAG. My pen, I wrote P&M, but I don't know why. Anyway, thank you for that correction.
I would have appreciated that. Okay. Ms. Lane, do you also have OAG Exhibit Number 4, supplemental testimony of Courtney Lane, in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your supplemental testimony in this case?
Yes,
Did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I did.
And are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No, there are not.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I request that OAG Exhibit Number 4, supplemental testimony of Courtney Lane, be admitted into the record.
Any objections? OAG Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Lane for cross-examination.
Would any of the commissioners like to ask Ms. Lane questions?
No, thank you.
I do have a few questions that I would like to ask. Ms. Lane, as you're aware, the New Mexico Grid Modernization Act has a reasonableness reasonableness standard. In your view, does this give the commission the latitude to require a benefit cost analysis?
I think it could, yes.
In your view, the proposal as currently stands, does it provide the information needed to make a judgment based on reasonableness?
It does not. There is a lot of information on cost within the proposal, but there is only discussion qualitatively of the benefits. There is no visibility into the magnitude of benefits, the quantification. There's no monetization of benefits outside of reduced meter reads and O&M related to switching out to AMI meters. And there was no benefit cost assessment, which leads to just a lack of transparency into, like I said, the magnitude of benefits and when those benefits will occur.
Under this proposal, does PNM have any incentive to realize those benefits?
It does not.
Under PNM refers to a report by the Department of Energy to justify not performing a benefit cost assessment. Are there other reports that would argue for the need to perform such an assessment?
Yes, and I've cited those in my various pieces of testimony. The Regulatory Assistance Project, or known as RAP, mostly made up of ex-commissioners providing guidance to states, has critiqued DOE's over-reliance on least cost best fit and indicates the need for further use of benefit cost assessment. And if that cannot be done, especially quantification of expected benefits. In addition, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory had a 2021 report that Synapse was also involved in that also speaks to the need for benefit cost assessment. And I did also include, they were in the second bench request, or maybe the supplemental testimony, apologies, I forget, but several commissions have required benefit cost assessment directing utilities, even if they are not able to monetize benefits, they should to the extent possible, and where they can't, they should quantify those. So these are states like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Minnesota. So there is precedent there as well.
Would you agree that AMI is an enabling technology, but that the benefits realized from it depend on how it's used?
Yes, and there is a great study recently, and I apologize, I don't think I cited it in this case. It might have been in the SPS case, but the utilization of AMI greatly impacts its cost effectiveness. The meters themselves, besides the operational and maintenance potential savings from reduced truck reads, understanding when a fault occurs, more on the distribution O&M side, but the direct customer benefits like energy savings, access to new programs, utilization of home energy, home area network, things like the Green Button Connect platform, those all involve utility programs, education and outreach. And this ACEEE report that I'm speaking about found that there was only one utility in the entire state with AMI that was fully utilizing it to its maximum potential. And that's another reason why benefit cost analysis is so important, because it can show if something is not cost effective, it provides visibility into what that investment is, and can you utilize that investment in different ways to maximize those net benefits for customers.
Based on the current plan, do you have confidence that PNM will roll out a time of use tariff that will be widely adopted and successful?
So I preface this answer with saying that I'm not involved in the rate case where I understand there is a pilot being proposed. There's no inherent incentive for PNM to do that. It is concerning to me to learn about their existing time of use pilot or program, I should say, that has very little adoption. I saw a statistic recently that about 61% of residential customers have AMI meters and only 1.7% or 2% are enrolled in TOU rates, time of use rates. And
that's across the country. That's not.
Yes. And so there's a big difference between having a time of use rate in place and what the utility is doing to educate and get enrollment in that. And if there's no incentive or goal in place on enrollments or anything to hold the utility accountable, there's no reason for them to, push that forward.
Do you see a mandatory or a, let's say, an opt-out TOU rate as being essential to unlocking the potential of TOU?
So I will say that this is my opinion, not the Attorney General's. I haven't really discussed this answer with Kevin yet. There is evidence to show that opt-in rates produce a higher level of peak demand savings than opt-in rates. However, you need to be very careful, especially with low-income customers that have been shown to not be able to necessarily shift their rates. So before diving into that, I think you really need to understand who has the ability to shift. The fact that there are a lot of time of use programs throughout the country. I think there's a lot of learnings out there that can be pulled from to help inform that discussion. But I think you need to further investigate who within PNM service territory has this capability to shift before you would mandate it, at least for all residential customers.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Lane. I appreciate it.
One follow-up question on that, Ms. Lane, before I turn you over to the interveners. I asked Mr. Kenny the question that you were sort of just directed towards yesterday. And I pointed out, New Mexico has some interesting, socioeconomic problems, as Dr. Blank illustrated in his testimony today. Mr. Kenny said, if you were to ask the customers, what is the benefit and why should you pay for this? Invariably we'll get the complaints that all the rates are always going up and why is this? His answer to that was, ultimately, this will allow a customer to have more dynamic control, and therefore it's worth the investment and worth whatever cost ratepayers have to pay right now. But if I understand what you just said correctly, that could be presented as sort of a falsehood, because in reality, you're saying low-income customers may not have the luxury to decide when they're going to utilize electricity. Is that right?
That's very specific to time of use rates. There are a lot of other customer facing programs that can be deployed with AMI meters that could benefit low income customers. So there would be options, I think was discussed earlier in this hearing, the prepay option and high bill alerts. I read a study recently indicating that the prepay option has been a great way to get low-income customers involved in AMI and has shown to be just very beneficial to them. I think in the future, as AMI can be coordinated with energy efficiency programs, perhaps there's ways to provide more targeted personal information about how each customer can save money. I know there's a lot of talk of load disaggregation and data analytics, where you could see what appliances are using the most energy at certain times. And so there's other things that can help customers utilize this technology separate from time of use rates.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Miss Terwilliger, 70 minutes with Miss Lane.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andrea Twilliger. I'm outside counsel for PNM. Just a follow-up on Commissioner Ellison's question. You mentioned the low enrollment in the TOU rate. Ms. Lane, are you aware that other than the residential rate class, the small power rate class, irrigation, and lighting customers, the rest of PNM's customers are the only option they have is a time of use rate? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I did hear that earlier in the testimony. And to clarify, I was talking about residential customers here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was a clarification for the record. So in terms of your background, Ms. Lane, I just want to ask you, you have a Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Geography and a Master of Arts in Environmental Policy and Planning. Is that right?
Yes.
So I gather from that you're not an engineer. Is that correct?
I am not.
And in response to some discovery from PNM, you stated that while Synapse, the company for whom you work for, advised the Attorney General's office regarding the Commission's proposed interconnection rules, you were not involved in that proceeding. Is that right?
Yes, I was not involved.
And similarly, in response to some discovery from PNM, you expressed that you do not have familiarity with the rules that were adopted in that rulemaking. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So in your direct and supplemental testimony, you reference a U.S. Department of Energy Grid Modernization Laboratory Consortium report from 2021. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that was co-authored by Synapse. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you cite this report for the notion that there's a trend in utilities conducting BCAs, which you call BCAs, which are benefit cost analyses for grid modernization projects. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you cite the same study and discovery for that same concept that there should be a trend for utilities to do benefit cost analyses for grid modernization projects. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to PNM Exhibit 33 just to kind of reference that study, which is your response to PNM's first set of discovery.
Let me just pull that up quickly. I didn't print out all of these exhibits.
I was going to share the screen if it's okay with the hearing examiner.
Go for it.
Make sure I got the right screen. Ah, there it is. Sorry. Apparently I have too many windows open. So I'm just going to go to your request for production 2 here. And you state here, Ms. Lane, that it is increasingly common for utilities to file BCAs for grid modernization plans. That was in page 14 of your direct testimony. And PNM asked you for all the documents or materials that reviewed or you relied on to reach this conclusion. Is that right?
Yes.
And that 2021 report is right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to stop sharing for a second and then ask you a few questions. We might go back to that study. So you're familiar with that study, I assume. You cited it in direct, supplemental, and regarding discovery, and Synapse co-authored that study. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On page 16 of your direct, you state that you think the best fit, most reasonable cost standard should be you do not think, that the best fit, most reasonable cost standard should be the primary means of evaluating PNM's grid modernization projects. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you do reference on that same page that often best fit, most reasonable cost standard and the least cost best fit are often used interchangeably. Is that right?
Yes.
So thinking about that 2021 study, you said you were familiar with it. Wouldn't you agree that the conclusion of that study presumes that before a utility should be required to file a BCA, the first step is determine if the least cost best fit standard applies.
That is in there. I don't agree that that's the key takeaway. And I also, from a consumer advocate's perspective, I didn't write that report. I don't agree with that.
Okay, let's just go to that study if I can. So I'm going to share my screen again if I can, Hearing Examiner.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to click on this study and go to the last page. The end. Sorry for the scrolling.
It may have launched in another window if you're looking at it, because I don't think we see it. We just see the response.
Okay, let me stop sharing. I've got it actually pulled up on my screen. I was just trying to demonstrate that it was linked to the discovery.
I understand.
Okay. Let me scroll to the top so that Ms. Lane knows this is a study. This is the study, correct, Ms. Lane? This grid?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go to the end here. So this is the summary, and it says Figure 7 presents a chart showing steps a utility can take to develop a grid modernization BCA based on the approaches described in this report and consistent with the DOE's guidebook. The chart depicts an aspirational or ideal process from the perspective of regulatory review. It provides as much transparency as possible for the benefit of public utilities commissions, utility consumers.
Slow down. Yeah.
I'm often guilty of this. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It happens. No worries.
For the benefit of public utility commissions, utility consumer representatives, and other stakeholders reviewing the BCA. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you look at Figure 7, Step 4 says identify which components to subject to least cost best fit approach. And that what that seems to indicate to me is that you determine which components first qualify for least cost best fit before you would ever be required to conduct a benefit cost analysis. Would you agree?
Well, that's what that chart shows.
Okay, thank you. And I want to go up to pages 14 to 15 of this study. Well, let me ask you this question first. Are you also aware that the study says that consistent with the DSPX Volume 4, that's the DOE Volume 4 DSPX, which I assume you're familiar with, is that right, Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Which, for the record, DSPX, I've been thinking about this and someone said it in the beginning. It is, if I understand correctly, the distribution system platform is what PX is the abbreviation for. Am I correct?
I'm going to have to go to Mr. Warner's testimony to tell you that.
Do you know, Ms. Lane?
I have it here, Hearing Examiner. I'm sorry. It's
Thank
the
you.
Next Generation Distribution System Platform.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And that is PNM Exhibit OBW1 Supplemental. It was attachment to Mr. Warner's supplemental testimony. This study, Ms. Lane, says consistent with Volume 4 of that DSPX, the DOE's DSPX, it identifies the least cost best fit approach as the applicable test for core components. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to pages 14 to 15 of this testimony where it talks about this. Sorry for the scrolling. Hopefully nobody gets dizzy. Okay, so you see here at page 14, it says, according to the DOE guidebook, grid modernization investments can be broken down into two categories: core components, for which the least cost best fit approach should apply, or application of projects, which for the BCA should apply. Is that right?
Yes, that's what that says.
Okay. And if the projects are needed are driven by compliance or policy mandates, this report concludes that the least cost best fit should apply. Is that right?
Yes, but I would like to indicate that I did not cite any of this in my testimony. I cited the examples of where BCAs were done and they quantified benefits. As I mentioned to the commissioner, I do not think that DOE wrote this guidance from the consumer advocate's perspective. And I'm happy to share my thoughts on the overarching argument about a policy mandate driving least cost best fit, because there's a lot of examples of DER policies, for example, energy efficiency, where there's a DER policy mandate in the state to promote energy efficiency, and those are still required to do a benefit cost analysis.
But Ms. Lane, you cited this report for the notion that utilities should be required to file a BCA. Is that right?
I cited it as examples of where utilities are filing BCAs and to demonstrate where benefits have been quantified and monetized.
Okay. But the report concludes that the first step before we ever get to
Objection asked and answered. We did this while we were in the report. Now this is the third swing.
Okay.
It's enough.
Mr. Gecko,
Sustained.
I agree.
Yes, sustained.
I will move on. Thank you. Hearing examiner, we given Ms. Lane's familiarity with this report, I didn't necessarily anticipate having to go to it, so we did not make it an exhibit. I would like to move for admission of this as P&M exhibit. I think it's now what, 45?
Yes.
And email it to the parties.
Any objections? P&M 45 will be admitted. And could you just reread the title of that article for just for the record? I know you'll mail it around, Mr. Welliger, but just for the record, say what it is again.
I will do that. Give me a second. Sorry, I closed the window, apparently. It's the Grid Modernization Laboratory Consortium from the U.S. Department of Energy. It's called the Benefit Cost Analysis for Utility-Facing Grid Modernization Investments, Trends, Challenges, and Considerations, February 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Welliger.
Thank you.
And you'll include Mr. Lee on the email.
Yes, I do need a reminder of that, but I will do that.
He is the keeper of the record, so.
Thank you. All right. Can you turn to page 14 of your direct testimony, Ms. Lane?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, great. And you referenced that SPS conducted a BCA for its proposed grid modernization investments. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you referenced the 21 case for that. Is that right? Their 21 filing?
Yes.
Are you aware that was withdrawn? Are you familiar with their 2022 filing, which I think is 2022-00178 UT?
So I apologize. This is the case that I was a witness in. I thought I had the correct docket number.
Is it possible that you're a witness in the 22 case, 2022, docket number 2022-00178 UT?
Yes, I apologize. That must be the case.
I think you just got the 21 and 22 confused, maybe. And that's my confusion as well. Okay. So you're familiar with the case, I assume. Is that right?
The most recent one, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. And in fact, you attach as Exhibit 2 to your supplemental testimony the direct testimony of Chad Nickel on behalf of SPS. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that SPS did not quantify certain benefits. Is that right?
Some benefits.
They did not quantify enhanced distributed energy resource integration. Is that right?
They were only applying for AMI, FLISR, and FAN.
But they did not quantify enhanced distributed energy resource integration for AMI. Is that right?
No, they did not.
Okay, and they did not quantify environmental benefits for AMI either. Is that right?
I'm trying to remember their BCA that I saw.
If you don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. Can you go to pages 1 and 2 of your supplemental testimony? And referencing the argument that PNM should have been required to file a BCA, you are seeking for PNM to quantify the expected impacts from its proposed investments, and you specifically reference increased distributed energy resources as one of those examples. Is that right?
Can you point me to the exact line on pages 1 and 2 that you're referring to?
Starting at line 19. Well, actually 20 of your supplemental testimony.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I just read that.
Great. Thank you. And you seem, just flipping to page 11 of your supplemental, you seem to make the same point, a similar point on page 11. You say, this is lines, you referenced that DOE study we just talked about, and it said it found it was possible to monetize many of the common benefits of grid modernization, including one of the examples is distributed energy integration. Is that right?
Could you point me to the line again, please?
Sure. It's 16 to 17 of page 11 of your supplemental.
Okay. Yes.
You see that? Okay. And just thinking back about that DOE study we just talked about, do you recall that that study references that of the 21 grid modernization plans reviewed for purposes of the study, none of the utilities studied monetized DER integration? Do you recall that?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
All right, let's go back to PNM Exhibit 45. Let me share if I can, hearing examiner.
Okay.
You would agree we're back in this study that we were talking about before. That's now PNM Exhibit 45. Would you agree we're back in that study, Ms. Lane? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the scroll again. Okay, line 2 here. Am I sharing? I assume I am.
You are.
Okay, for example, in the 21 grid modernization plans we reviewed, many utilities cited increased DER adoption as a key benefit, but none of them provided a monetary value. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Stop sharing. And there were just 21 utilities studied for purposes of that DOE study. Is that right?
If that's what the report said, I no longer have it in front of me.
Okay. All right. It's omitted, so we'll just leave it at that. You attached to your supplemental testimony various documents to support your BCA arguments, and I believe you referenced that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you tell me what page that was? The scrolling went so fast.
Sure.
And I don't have Exhibit 45, and so I've tried to link to that exhibit elsewhere, et cetera, et cetera.
It's page 29 of the study, Mr. Getko.
Page 29.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Ms. Lane, you've referenced that you attached to your supplemental testimony various documents to support your BCA arguments. And I think you talked about those in reference to some prior questions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the attachments is the direct testimony, and I really hope I don't butcher her name. or this person's name, Ravikrishnana Dugarala for Northern States Power, which is Excel's operating utility in Minnesota. Do you recall that?
You're going to have to point me to the exhibit number from that.
Okay, for your supplemental testimony?
Yes, there's
let me-
a lot in front of me right here.
I agree. And I didn't actually write down the exhibit number. I wrote down the page of her testimony, but I'll find it here for you.
Pretty sure
I'll
that's
start.
exhibit 4 to her supplemental. It's what my paper copy of this says.
Okay, yes, I found it.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Thank you, Ms. Lane. And I'm on page, I don't know if you're at a computer or not. If it helps me to reference the PDF pages,
I have a printout.
Okay, all right, then we don't need to do that if you're at exhibit 4. So for Miss Dugarala's, and if you know how to pronounce her name better, I'm hoping if I'm pronouncing this person's name wrong, let me know, and if you know better. This testimony identifies certain unquantifiable benefits that NSP, Northern States Power, did not model in its CBA. Is that right?
Yes, I believe this testimony speaks to just the overall process and methodology that they went through for their benefit cost analysis.
But this witness notes that enhanced distributed energy resource integration was not modeled as a quantifiable benefit. Do you recall that?
This particular utility did not quantify
Do you
that.
do you have a page location you're referring to, Ms. Terwilliger?
Sure, you can go to page 49 of her direct hearing examiner.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the exhibit. Is that what?
Would you like the PDF page then? Sorry, I can find that out for you.
Or the page of the exhibit? I mean, I have it up and it's OAG exhibit 4, and then I have page 12 of 88, for instance. I mean, can you just give me some place where I can?
I don't have exhibit numbers on the copy I have of the page. I just have the page of her testimony. So let me get to.
And just for clarification, we're all OAG exhibit number 4 attached to her, the potential for load flexibility in Xcel Energy's Northern State Power Service territory.
Yes.
That's the correct one. Okay. And then it has, we can just do it this way. Once the article starts, there appear to be blue numbers on the bottom right-hand side.
Oh, maybe you're in the wrong. I'm in a piece of testimony here, an examiner.
Oh,
So
I see. Okay. You're in her testimony?
Yes.
What
Miss-
PDF page number in her testimony are you at?
I'm at PDF 329 of 612.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Can you share your screen, please?
Sure, I will do that.
I'm on Dropbox, which is the official repository of all these things, and I just want to make sure I understand where you're referring to.
We have all the exhibits that are on. I'm not actually on Dropbox because it wasn't keeping up, but I have all the Dropbox exhibits. Then that's what.
Yeah.
Here, let me do that. So I'm at OAG exhibit number 4.
Okay.
Supplemental testimony. I'm at page 49 of the Dugarala test direct for Northern States Power. And I'm particularly at this portion. The unquantifiable benefits or benefit the company did not model in its CBA. They were discussed by other witnesses, but she lists them, and those include enhanced distributed energy resource integration and environmental benefits of enhanced energy efficiency. Do you see that, Ms. Lane?
I do, but I caution taking this out of context because environmental benefits itself can be quantified. This is related to enhanced programs.
But it does, well, I won't repeat my question because I'll get an objection. It says what it says, so I'll just stop sharing.
And then for the record, just let me reflect that that's OAG Exhibit 4, which is a 612-page document, and that was page 329 in PDFs.
Thank you, hearing examiner.
Yep.
All right, Ms. Lane, we're going to switch topics. On page 12 of your supplemental testimony, if you could flip there. You claim that you are not aware of testimony that PNM was making in the rate case relating to infrastructure investments. You state that PNM did not present this information in its direct testimony within case number 22-00058 UT.
I am sorry. Can you give me a moment?
Sure.
I'm still working my way back through this giant binder.
Okay.
Okay, I am at my supplemental page of mine again.
Yeah, can you go to page 12, lines 13. Well, you can look at the question, maybe just read the question starting at line 9 down to line 16.
Okay.
So you state essentially that you were not aware that PNM was proposing certain related infrastructure investments in the rate case. Is that right?
If I recall, this was very specific to the detail that was provided on page 28, and there was detail provided within that rebuttal that was not provided within the direct testimony.
Okay. Well, let's just make it clear for the record. Let's go to 28 of Mr. Warner's rebuttal.
What exhibit is that, please?
Now you're stretching here.
Yeah, Warner rebuttal is PNM Exhibit 6.
Thank you, hearing examiner. So you go to page 23 of the rebuttal. Do you have that, Ms. Lane, by chance?
Yes.
Page 28 of the rebuttal, I think, is.
Sorry, page. You're right. 28. So this page 28, this is referencing the feeder upgrades that Mr. Wesley Gray testifies to in the PNM rate case. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you stated you were not aware of that.
I was not aware of Wesley Gray's testimony.
Okay, so let's go to page 23 of Mr. Warner's direct testimony. And if you go to lines 5 to 6 of that, that's PNM Exhibit 5, if I recall correctly, for the record. Yes. Lines 5 to 6, you'll see that as an example, PNM will propose in its forthcoming rate case various reliability projects related to upgrading its feeders and substations. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know the rate case was filed after this grid modernization case was? Several months after this grid modernization case?
Yes, I put that together after reading rebuttal and everything.
Okay. Did the AG, did you or did the Attorney General ask for discovery on this issue?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to share, if I can, here an examiner PNM Exhibit 30, which is PNM's response to the second set of discovery to the NMAG.
Go ahead.
Okay. You see PNM Exhibit 30. This is the Public Service Company of New Mexico's objections and responses to the Attorney General's second set of interrogatories. You see that?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll down. You see interrogatory NMAG 236, which was responded to by Mr. Warner.
Yes, I do.
And you see what type of subpart C, what type of capital infrastructure investments will be utilized for feeder rebuilds.
Yes, I do.
Let's go to subsection C. You see that Mr. Warner has referenced the type of distribution upgrades that would be made for distribution feeders and references the testimony of Mr. Wesley Gray.
Yes, but I'm sorry, I don't understand. I responded in my supplemental testimony that this information was not presented in direct testimony. So I don't see the connection here. This wasn't direct testimony.
It wasn't. But we filed the rate case after we filed the grid modernization case. Is that right?
Yes.
So that a testimony of Wes Gray wouldn't have existed when we filed our direct case. Is that right?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. And you had this information before you filed your supplemental testimony. Is that right? In fact, you had it before you
Objection,
filed
can
your.
you clarify
wait.
what information you're referring to at this point? It sounds like just trying to muddle.
Well, okay,
Sure.
rephrase the question, Mr. Welger.
Sure. Miss Lane, you had the response to NMAG 2-36 before you filed your direct testimony and supplemental testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Miss Lane, just a few more questions. Is it the Attorney General's position that hosting capacity analysis is needed by PNM on a going forward basis? This is a general question.
I think hosting capacity analysis is a beneficial technology. There are many different types with different cost profiles, and I think it depends on what the ultimate end goal is for PNM.
Okay. And the underlying infrastructure for hosting capacity analysis are advanced meters, intelligent field devices, distribution planning software, and data warehouse. Is that right?
That was what was included in PNM's plan for what it sought for that capacity.
But would you agree that the underlying infrastructure for a hosting capacity analysis are advanced meters, intelligent field devices, and distribution planning software and a data warehouse? Would you agree?
Not necessarily. It depends on the type of granularity of the assessment. For example, when I used to work at National Grid, we were in the process of developing both a heat map to show where non-wires alternative to reduce peak demand could be best fit.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Oh, sorry. I'll start over. When I used to work at National Grid, we were in the process of developing both a hosting capacity map and what I would refer to as a heat map. So showing both where solar could interconnect and where there was a need to reduce peak demand. And National Grid did not have advanced meters. So I think the answer is it depends.
Okay. I would like to take you to PNM Exhibit 33. Here, an examiner, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Lane, are these the responses of the Attorney General to the PNM's first set of discovery to the Attorney General? Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Okay. I go down here to page 5. You'll see the interrogatory references the NMAG's comments and the interconnection rulemaking regarding replacing Part 568 of the rules And one of the questions is, please state, providing a detailed explanation, what technology that PNM proposed in its grid modernization application. And that looks like there was a word missing, that will aid PNM in developing hosting capacity analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And was this responded to you by you, Ms. Lane?
Yes, it was.
Okay, we go down to the answer to that number 4. It says the company does not clearly list all supporting investments, but I'm going to take you down here. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I'm sorry. However, my understanding is that the following investments are needed to support hosting capacity analysis according to PNM's application. So you're just referencing PNM's application. You're not saying that this is your opinion that advanced meters are needed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. That's why I prefaced it with according to PNM's application.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. But the AG did take a position in the interconnection rulemaking. Is it correct? I assume even though you did not participate in that rulemaking, I'm assuming that you are aware of that, given Mr. Warner's testimony. The AG did take a position in the interconnection rulemaking that hosting capacity analysis would be beneficial for PNM. Is that right?
Like I said, I wasn't involved. I didn't draft those comments. I don't know the full context of that recommendation.
You didn't review Mr. Warner's testimony?
I reviewed Mr. Warner's testimony. I did not, I don't know the context of, the whole case and why those comments were filed. And I don't think the AG's comments there were an approval of cost recovery or, a carte blanche for approval of a future application for hosting capacity analysis.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 3:00. That was quite a bit for our court reporter. So I'd like for us to take let's just do it a 10-minute break. Mr. Lee, is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. We'll come back in 10. So at 3:10. Okay. It's 3:10. See if we can get people back. Miss Beatles, are you there? I have her as the next questioner with 5 minutes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I thought I would just mention that my witness was in the waiting room at 2 o'clock and now he's left. He wants to come back tomorrow morning if that'll work.
That's fine. I mean, I wasn't saying that we were going to get to him at 2. My point was just that he would testify after 2. So if he's going to be here tomorrow, we'll just do it then. That's fine.
Thank you.
Was that Miss Bruno, Mr. Bruno?
That's
It was.
yeah,
And
Mr.
we're not back on the record yet, Mr. Lee. Sorry, I should have said. We're just waiting for. Miss Beatles, are you there?
I'm so sorry. I was just out in the lobby. No, I have. Are you asking me if I have cross of?
Yeah, you were the next up with Miss Lane.
No, thank you.
Great. In which case we would turn to the Water Utility Authority, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I have to compliment you on your testimony. Normally I got lots of questions because I'm confused by testimony, but in your case, I am clear on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay, anyway, please turn to page 10 of your direct testimony.
Okay, give me just a moment.
Okay, on lines 10 and 11, you state that PNM did not include a benefit cost analysis as part of its application, so it's not possible to determine whether it will result in net benefits. What do you mean by net benefits? Could you clarify that for me?
Sure. So in a benefit cost analysis, when you monetize both, sorry, there's a siren. I don't know if anyone else can hear that. So when you monetize both the costs and benefits over the lifetime of the proposed investment, the net benefits are the benefits subtracted by the cost. So if you have a positive BCA, you will have positive net benefits to customers.
Okay, thanks. That I was confused by which net benefits we're talking about. So then turn please to page 13.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, lines 2 to 3.
Okay.
Okay, here you say that the company states that the prime driver for its grid modernization investments is to achieve the state's decarbonization goals, etc. My question is, based on your view of the provisions of the grid modernization statute, do you believe the primary goal of the statute is for regulated utilities to achieve the state's decarbonization goals?
Having not looked at it today, my understanding is that there were multiple drivers for that statute, for the grid mod investments.
Okay, my next question is, since you're not really familiar with all the provisions of the modernization statute, is whether there's adequate information in PNM's application, grid modernization application, to determine if its grid modernization plan will achieve the state's decarbonization goals.
So it is not possible to tell from the application because the company did not quantify any greenhouse gas emissions reductions there's no mention of emissions reductions that would occur.
Also on page 13, at line 19, you say that a benefit cost analysis can be used to examine alternative projects and examination of alternative projects and investment. My question is, does PNM's application include alternative project and investments?
So I believe there was some minor discussion in, is it OBW-2, the Burns and McDonald report. I do recall there was some qualitative discussion of where the system is now, and for certain technological pieces of PNM's application, there was a discussion of alternatives, but nothing was quantified. There was no quantifiable assessment between alternatives.
In view of this testimony, do you believe that this is a deficiency in their application?
Yes, especially if we're trying to take a thoughtful, reasonable approach to deploying grid modernization, it's helpful to be able to weigh the trade-offs between different types of investments in terms of costs and benefits.
And what are your recommendations to remedy this deficiency?
All right,
Well,
hearing examiner.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna, I know we sound like a bit of a broken record, but I'm gonna repeat PNM's objection. You know, we apparently have detrimentally relied on the hearing examiner's directive for no friendly cross. Mr. Harris just, I'm guessing he's building his case for the brief, but we have abided by the hearing examiner's order, which is why I have waived the cross for Mr. Harriger. And we just keep what I believe getting friendly cross from Mr. Harris.
yeah, and I understand the objection. Mr. Harris, asking her to say what she's already said in the testimony isn't terribly useful to myself. So if you can get to whatever questions you have for her that are unknown based on what we've already read, that would be much more useful for me.
Well, the question I'm asking is whether the recommendations she makes are the total recommendations, whether she had other more recommendations, because one of the key issues in this case are what types of reports that will be required in the future going forward to try to track the benefits of grid modernization.
Well, she's testified about that subject. I mean, there's a raft of testimony submitted about that. And then PNM testimony saying they more or less agree to it all. I'd have to sit down and write through it all to figure it out. But I just ask you to move on, sir. This is if she's already testified to it, let's not focus on that.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Okay, so then now it's up to me. So I want to make sure I understand, Ms. Lane. What is it specifically? I mean, you heard, I assume, PNM witness Omni Warner say it multiple times when asked questions about the plan and criticisms of what is quantified there, what are the expected goals, what are we likely to get in a concrete sense out of this. He says, well, we've just followed the DOE's guidance in terms of working through benefits and costs. And in that DOE's document, and I know you've read it, so I have a copy of it. It's I want to ask Mr. Welliger actually first. It accompanies Mr. Warner's testimony, does it not, someplace? Because I have it as Commission Exhibit 2. If it hasn't been admitted, I will admit Commission Exhibit 2 or seek admission of it.
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry, hearing examiner.
Yeah, so what I'm asking you is the DOE report, specifically Section 4. It's my understanding, and then that relates to objective-driven and planning-aligned investment, And then there's a whole section on basically how you assess the benefits and costs of grid mod programs, a 5.4 cost effectiveness framework. My understanding is Mr. Warner admitted this into testimony, and if he hasn't, then I'm going to admit Commission Exhibit 2, or I'll do that. Do you know
Yes,
the answer?
yes, I recall now that Commission Exhibit 2 matches PNM Exhibit OBW1 supplemental, which is attached to Mr. Warner's supplemental testimony.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to admit duplicative documents, but in any case, so I won't admit Commission Exhibit 2, but you're familiar with the document. So now back to you, Ms. Lane. I know you've read the document. Do you know the document that I'm referring to?
Yes.
If not, I can pull it up if it make it easy.
No, I mean, there's there's like 4 of these DOE reports, but I'm familiar with them all. So
sure.
Happy to answer the question.
Well, and let me just pull it up for your benefit, and that way we don't want to be confused. And there's nothing wrong with having duplicative documents. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
I will share it.
Mr. Ryan, Mr. Warner attached the whole report. I think Commission Exhibit 1 is just Chapter 5. But anyway, just so you know.
Okay.
Our Commission Exhibit 2 is just Chapter 5 of the whole report.
Okay. So what I'm referring to here is you're seeing this. I'm sharing my screen, Ms. Lane. You see?
Yes, I do.
And then there's this section here. This is the part I want to. Sorry for scrolling. The cost effectiveness framework. And I'm not going to go through every sentence in this document, but basically what's said here, and perhaps it's best illustrated on this page here, and this appears in PNM testimony. So we're looking at page 114 of what is labeled Commission Exhibit 2. PNM's answer has been, we are just doing what the DOE says we should do, and that is to do best fit, most reasonable costs with core investments. And when you read this document and you see all that it says, you're left wondering, well, what could be the problem? And if I'm understanding your testimony today, what you're saying is there is an analytical flaw in this DOE report that, in your view, fundamentally undermines its reliability or the value of the information presented. So can you clarify what is wrong with this?
So there's 2 key issues. One is DOE is not a public utility commission. They're not a consumer advocate. They are trying to help states understand and work through this technology. I think they want to see this technology deployed. I don't think that least cost best fit as sort of a cop out for everything you want to do for grid modernization is appropriate. There needs to be scrutiny over what the actual magnitude of the benefits are, hopefully through a BCA, if not, at least quantified, so we understand the magnitude and the timing. A least cost best fit does not give you that. It presumes that the investment was already deemed needed, and it's really the going out to RFP is where you sort of get your least cost, most reasonable cost out of that. My second issue with DOE's recommendation is the bucket they have related to saying that anything that is related to promoting DER, sorry, it's off the screen now, the DER policy-driven investments. And anything related to that is least cost best fit. Well, that could be the majority of state policy these days. Energy efficiency, some jurisdictions put electrification of buildings and transportation under the DER bucket. That would say, hey, your energy efficiency programs, don't worry about doing cost effectiveness down the road. Those are policy-driven DER programs. So I just think it's too blanketed of an approach to trying to assess these very expensive, long-lived capital assets. Regulators and consumer advocates need more information.
Is your criticism of this document, and I think perhaps the bearing documents you referenced while talking with Mr. Welliger is perhaps what you'll point me to. But is your criticism of this shared by others?
Yes, as I mentioned, in speaking with the commissioner, the Regulatory Assistance Project has said, there's a presentation from the Regulatory Assistance Project I cited somewhere in one of my testimonies where they indicated that DOE is relying too much on least cost best fit, and that there needs to be more of these investments need to go through a BCA, more needs to be quantified.
Okay. So I just, for purposes of completion, I would like to admit Commission Exhibit 2. I believe this is already in the record, but just to avoid the problem of it potentially not, it's just an electronic document, so it's nothing difficult. And it is the report that I was just showing Ms. Lane, and this is a chapter of that larger DOE presentation about grid modernization. Is there any objection to this admission of this document as Commission Exhibit 2?
No, not from PNM.
Okay, so this document will be admitted as Commission Exhibit 2, and it was already in the Dropbox, so our court reporter has access to it. Let me just pull up my questions. PNM's position in this case is if we don't give them authorization over the 6-year implementation plan, that this will somehow deter their ability to complete grid modernization within a broader 10 or 11-year framework. Do you credit that claim?
I do not. I share the same views as Ms. Crane as she testified to earlier. I also want to point out what we heard, I forget what day it was, in cross-examination, that the company undertook stakeholder engagement and outreach and undertook activities to prepare for this filing. They had a grid modernization plan. They had that Burns and McDonnell report that informed, in some part, the RFP for the meters. These are all things that they did before approval. I don't see why they can't do similar things to stay on track, especially for technologies where they haven't yet scoped out how they're going to use it or the exact platform. So DERMS, for example, DERMS, they haven't picked out the type of platform or how it's going to be used, and they spoke about having to do stakeholder engagement to figure that out. I don't see why they can't do that and then come back with a proposal with actual costs and more detailed information about what they're going to choose and the exact how they're going to use that technology and what the benefits will be.
Is it your position that, I asked Dr. Blank and Ms. Crane this question, I'll ask you as well, that ultimately grid modernization benefits ratepayers and is obligated by law because DER will be part of New Mexico's energy future and part of the way the company complies with the RPS requirements? So do you see the grid mod as inevitable?
AMI, I think, is definitely an inevitable trend. I think some of these more innovative, more nascent technologies, like some of the automated functionalities, distributed automation and DERMS, as I just mentioned, it's possible that different technologies may provide similar integration with less cost. I believe Mr. Getgo asked about the smart inverters that will soon be required in the state. In Pennsylvania, there was actually a settlement between solar developers and PPL, the utility there. The solar companies actually didn't want DERMS. They didn't want the utility company controlling their solar systems. And so they're actually studying whether smart inverters could be used autonomously with voltage regulation settings instead of a DERMS. So I think it's important to not jump the gun on some of these more nascent grid modernization technologies when we could learn a lot more in the next 2 years, and perhaps there's a way to get to a clean energy future more cost effectively.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lane. That was all the questions I have.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time. Mr. Gedko, do you have any redirect for Ms. Lane?
Yeah, just a small amount of redirect.
Sure.
I've set things up to share my screen. Okay, so you're seeing my screen now, correct?
Yes.
And so where we're back to is what's ultimately been admitted as P&M Exhibit 45, the study that was referred to by Mr. Williger. And so, Ms. Lane, do you recall that Mr. Williger brought us to this study and very quickly highlighted that there were 21 grid modernization plans were reviewed, and many utilities cited increased DER adoption, but none of them provided a monetary value. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And reviewing this exhibit now, do you see the top sentence here at the top of 29? Several approaches can be used to improve how grid modernization BCA accounts for unmonetized benefits.
I see that, yes.
And then do you see that at number 2, it states, define benefits in such a way that they can be monetized?
Yes, I see that recommendation.
Putting those together with the sentence that was highlighted by Mr. Williger, would you gain an understanding that given the context, this study is actually providing feedback on the ability to do a BCA analysis so that a BCA analysis of DERs can be conducted?
Yes, I would agree.
Thank you. You are also taken to a point in that study, and I can stop sharing, where Mr. Williger asked you about making choices as to what can be assessed through a least cost best fit analysis and what could be done through a benefit cost analysis, correct?
Correct.
And so that highlighted the ability to make a choice. Is that correct?
According to the DOE guidance.
And in your review of P&M's application, did you locate any projects where they ever made a choice to conduct a benefit cost analysis?
They did not conduct a cost benefit analysis for anything.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lane, thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate your contribution to the case, and you are excused.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And technically, we would have Mr. Bruno's witness, Mr. Wilkinson, next, but Mr. Bruno has indicated Mr. Wilkinson's not available. Is that still the case, Mr. Bruno?
That's still the case.
Terrific. So is there any objection to taking Walmart witness Andrew Teague? There is no requested cross-examination from Mr. Teague. I don't have myself any questions for him. So I think we could just get him out of the way as a formality to get his testimony admitted. Is that acceptable to everyone? And I'll admit Mr. Teague. So Mr. Bartel, on behalf of Walmart, you can call your witness. And he is coming into the Zoom room as we speak.
Oh, there I see. Mr. Teague, I think you may need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
There we go.
So,
Would you
Mr.
please
Bartel,
state your-
well,
Yes.
call your witness. Wait, you have to swear him in. I just want for the record to reflect too that Walmart is calling Mr. Teague.
Yes.
So in any case, Mr. Lee, will you swear the witness in?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Could you please state your full name?
Andrew D. Teague,
And who do you work for?
Walmart.
Do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony and exhibits of Andrew Teague marked as WM-2, exhibit WM-2?
I do.
Did you prepare this testimony?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes that need to be made to it today?
I do not.
You adopt it as your sworn direct testimony in this matter?
I do.
I move the admission of Walmart exhibit WM-2.
Any objections? Walmart 2 is admitted.
Now I would pass the witness for any cross-examination.
Commissioner Ellison or any other persons present? They may have departed at this point. I think they have. There is no requested cross-examination of Mr. Teague. P&M waived cross. Bernalillo County also waived cross. I think that was an initial request. I have no questions, and I don't hear anyone interjecting with questions for Mr. Teague. So I will assume that means there are no questions. Thank you, Mr. Teague, for your very brief participation today.
Thank you.
You are excused, sir. Have a good day. Okay, before we go off the record for the day, is there anything to discuss on the record? Okay, Mr. Lee, your task for the day is done. So we get to finish early today. That's a pleasant change. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Bruno, your witness will be first. Is he still here? Yes.
I'm here.
Great. So Mr. Wilkinson will go at 9. Then we'll have Mr. Chris, followed by Mr. Harriger, Mr. Andrews, and then staff. And I have staff witness as the order is Maldine, Tupler, LaSalle, Sidler. Consistent with everyone's expectations?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
All right,
Mr.
we'll see.
Examiner, if I may.
Yes.
Do I have permission to forward the Zoom invites to my witnesses? I've heard from at least some that they don't have it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, please do. Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yeah.
I don't want to hold other people up for it. I had filed earlier in the week a permission to be excused, and it's tied to something that is from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow, a very important meeting. And I'm just concerned that it might end up coinciding with the end of the hearing.
Wait, sorry, you have to be away from 10 to, but I mean, apart from your own, I mean, that doesn't preclude us from wrapping up. I mean, right?
I just, because it seemed like a little bit of an odd case that you might want everybody there right at the end for a discussion of briefing or something of that sort. And so if you were
Yeah.
going to do that, I think I was going to try to rearrange as I read the schedule.
Well, we will have a discussion about briefing. I mean, I've already worked through a schedule and we'll all see there's not much time. So we're going to have that conversation. If you want to be part of it, I don't know when we'll get there. I can't guarantee a time, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to read it. I'll read the tea leaves at 9:55. I appreciate it.
No problem. But yes, we will have a discussion about briefing, but then I will, just for your benefit, Mr. Gedko, ultimately commemorate that all in a written order. So yeah, there'll be multiple ways for you to find out. But if you want to contribute, obviously you should come.
Thank you.